Hello? Let's do a tutorial thing. What's up, Speeve? Read your mind on the tutorial? Yeah. Well, didn't you ask last week? I thought it was you. Somebody asked last week, let's do the Neo next time. Now, I'm not a Neo expert or even an airliner expert. I know enough to fly it, so should know enough to get you guys flying it. Yeah, Derpy, the marketplace is open. I think we should fly in Brazil since the Brazil update came out, so I got the list of Brazil airports that were added. Well, I don't know if they're all in Brazil because it wasn't just Brazil, but we got 7 new handcrafted airports, which is pretty sweet.
Great to have you as a couch captain for 2 months, Vespia.
Evening.
Vesp, thanks for 2 months on Twitch, dude. Appreciate that. Evening. Good evening. What's up, Logan? Kerbear. What's up, Sawyer? Flo, Iced, Braxton. What's up, Underdog? What's up, Gary? Yeah, so we got the this beautiful looking thing here. Wool. God, this looks gross. Anyway, yeah, the upgrades are here if you want them, and you can buy.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Yep. Thanks, Tweak. What's going on? What's up, Hamil? Hey, Campbell. Yo, Bird. So yeah, the marketplace is up. It's pretty much just got all the Asobo stuff in it. Oh, look at this. There's 3 things trending. Wait, the Cessna 172? Is this the version with the GNS 530 and 430? Is that why this is in here? Interesting. Does it? I don't understand. Why is this trending? Oh yeah, this is a G1000, it says. I don't get it. And that's the smallest little home button ever. And the Aerobat? I don't understand. The Steam? Then it says G1000 in the description. It must be the Steam gauge one. Yeah, the PC24 is in here. You guys said it was $20, so... yeah, maybe an upgrade's better. So if you guys go to World, the only thing that's in here right now is the new World update, so you can just go and grab this right now if you want the handcrafted airports and everything. So you just go in and hit the get it free button or whatever, and then... yeah, I think we should fly around Brazil. Oh, maybe we should start in the US. I don't know. Most people here are from the US and probably fly in the US, so maybe we'll start in the US. I mean, the main difference is just going to be, you know, LIDO charts versus FAA charts, and then the transition altitude, transition level. What's up, Rich? Yeah, upgrade prices. World update 19. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's 19 of these now. Pretty insane. All for free. Alright, so yeah, if you want these airports, we'll probably fly to a couple of these, but there's 7 new airports in here. They're right here in the description. In this section. And make sure you have the A320 downloaded. We're going to use... I mean, you can use any of the A320s. I'm going to fly the iniBuilds one, which I think I've only flown like twice, maybe. So that's the 320 V2. So if you go to free flight and go to your airplane selection, you should have the A320neo V2. Oh yeah, the new local legend. Yeah. New bush plane, yep. Yeah, I loaded into it real quick to check it out. It's pretty cool. It's got you like push the prop to start it, but there's just like a sticky that you click or whatever in the cockpit to start it up. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. I just got it started it up and took off real quick, but that's about it. The hand crank. It'd be cool if you could crank it outside. I don't think you can, right? You have to click the... I think you have to click the little post-it note that's inside. Marketplace, it was all planes available in aviators. Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's like all the planes. But it's going to be cheaper to get the... to get an edition instead. Alright, so we're going to do the 320neo. I'll just find a route using the random route finder that I have. Random flight generator. Let me make a random flight generator. Let me add that app in here. There we go, this thing. Okay, there we go. So I'll post a link to this if you guys want it, but I usually use a website or something like this to find my routes because I'm really bad at figuring out which routes to fly. And let me grab that link. All right, so there's the link if you want to download this later, but it's just a program that runs, this is like part of a pilot's life, but it's split out into a standalone, little standalone app. So you can put in things like, you know, which aircraft type you want to fly, like the 320neo or just the A320, the duration and distance and stuff like that, and it'll find real world routes for you that is flown with this plane. I guess we'll just start in the US for now, and then maybe we'll hop down to Brazil. Is this Syracuse? I also don't want anything more than like 2-ish hours. I don't want it to be too short or too long. So anything between 1 and 2 hours should be good. What's up? What's up, Rob? How you doing? So let's see, I'm just going to generate it a few times. Oh, we could do San Diego to San Jose. How about that? I don't know if the weather's bad, but Frontier. And San Diego's not huge. Neither one of those are huge. Hour-and-a-half flight. That should be pretty good. So if you load in the 320neo, you could also fly the fly-by-wire A320. So if you're on PC, the fly-by-wire is probably a little bit of a step up. I'll also throw that link in there too. In the chat. So there's the fly-by-wire website if you want to download the A320 Neo or the A380 they have as well. But we're going to do the A320 Neo. And then later on, or if you already have it, the Phoenix A320. It's not the Neo, it's the CEO. So that's like the older one with the less efficient engines. But, you know, you're going to fly them the same as far as I know. It's just your range and fuel consumption might be higher in the Phoenix compared to the Neo variants, so the iniBuilds or the fly-by-wire variant. So if you just type 320, you should be able to find the Airbus A320 V2 Microsoft/iniBuilds. Pick that, and if you want to change the tail number or you want to change the livery, just click configure at the bottom. And then in here, I don't know the difference. I guess it's probably a seating difference between passenger and private charter. So I'm going to look at the private charter one just because I'm curious. And then you can go to livery and choose one of your liveries. It has like, it's got a few commercial ones in here by default. So we got EasyJet, Spirit, Wizz. Those are in there. And then if you go to identification, you can change your tail number. And if you're ever going to use the in-game ATC, you can use call sign and flight number, but I'll probably just open up Beyond ATC for this one, just for some background. Actually, maybe the first flight I'll just skip. Yeah, we'll just skip ATC for the first flight. Maybe the second or third. If we get that, do that many, I'll do ATC then. So I'm gonna load into San Diego, KSAN, KSAN, and then I'll just put the arrival here so some of the charts will be easier to access. So we're gonna go SJC, San Jose. Apparently this is a flight that Frontier runs. You don't have the option to change config? Did you click the plane? No problem, Denoda. Same plane? I do not know. What's up, Kevo? Doesn't show liveries. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I'm gonna try backing out and back in. All right, now let's choose the gate. So we're gonna go from cold and dark. I wouldn't really recommend starting right on the runway. If you ever get into like flying the Phoenix, I don't even think you can start directly on the runway, but we're gonna learn to configure the whole thing. So after you choose the airport, click the drop down at the top, or if you want, you can zoom all the way in to see the parking. You can see it shows runway 9 for us for departure. So that's probably where we'll end up taking off, is runway 9. So if you point at the dots, you can see 2 7s here. And up here is 9. So it'd be nice to be parked up here somewhere near 9. So I'll choose the, I'll just choose the furthest gate over here, 51. And if you zoom in, and you have multiplayer on, it's good to zoom all the way in. You can see if other people are at that gate or not. So you can decide if you want to go right, you know, if you don't want to spawn right on them, you can avoid them. So if you have multiplayer on, you should see little green planes around as people spawn in. And then flight conditions, if you want multiplayer on, I usually use all players for multiplayer. I turn air traffic off because that'll eat your frames. And then custom for time and weather. Live weather is on, and then I usually just, it's totally personal preference. I roll the time somewhere to daytime, so I'll roll it until I see the background start to get brighter. You can always change it once you're in. And then we'll just hit start flight to load in at the gate. No frame gen here, Camilla. Oh, it's raining in San Diego? Sweet. That's cool. We'll try to use Autoland. You can always, like, this isn't, it's not meant to be difficult, so if you don't want to take off in the rain and stuff, or with live weather, just turn off live weather, put on clear skies, put on few clouds, whatever is less intimidating. So yeah, it's a good idea to avoid the winds and weather for now if you want. So if you're already loaded in, you can just point at the top menu, click on the cloud, and then change your weather. So if you don't want the rain, just turn off live weather. There'll be a drop down. You can choose a preset. All right, so since this plane is 2024 compatible, we have a few things to take off. We just really have the chocks here. So you just walk up and click the chocks, and then the engine covers. When you click one, the other one will go away. Luckily, there are no covers for any of our sensors up here, like our angle of attack indicators, our pitot tubes, stuff like that, static ports. Nothing up here, just the engine covers and the chocks. So once you do that, you can hit your shortcut to jump inside. If you have a keyboard, that's Shift-C, like Charlie. That'll jump inside the plane. I don't actually know what it is on Xbox, and I don't know if there's a click spot. Oh yeah, there you go. You can go up there and click the handle. That'll bring you into. All right, I'm over here into the under construction building, I guess. And so we'll go ahead and hop inside. And I'm trying to think, I think maybe for the first one, I don't want SimBrief to be a requirement, but it is so normal and nice to use SimBrief whenever you're flying an airliner. So I would recommend signing up for SimBrief if you don't have it yet. You can, if you're on Xbox or something, you could still use like your phone, a laptop, a tablet, whatever, and sign up for a free account. So I'm going to go ahead and use SimBrief. If you're on PC, you can download the SimBrief EFB app. So that'll go in your tablet up here. So if I go to my tablet, under all my apps, I have SimBrief Dispatch up here. Let me grab a link for that. I can link that in the chat as well. But that'll just make it easier so you don't have to bounce in and out of the plane. All right, so here's the link to the SimBrief downloads. I think you have to be signed in, but if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of that page, there's the SimBrief Dispatch for Flight Sim 24. So that's the EFB app right here. So if I use that, I can just go to new and I can just generate our entire flight plan for the flight. So I'm going to put in, is Spirit NKS? Is that Spirit? Anyway, I'm not going to use ATC so it doesn't really matter, but you put in your airline code and your flight number optionally. The only things you actually have to put in are these 4 red fields right here. So we'll put in our departure airport, which is KSAN, our arrival, which is San Jose, KSJC. And then under aircraft type, it matters which one you're flying, but if you're flying the iniBuilds, that's the 320neo. You'll see that there's the 320 and the 320neo are right next to each other. So A320 is the CEO, that's the Phoenix. A20N, that's the 320neo. That is the iniBuilds or the fly-by-wire version. So I'm going to choose the fly-by-wire with the N on the end here. And then the ones after that are the 321 and 321neo, or the 20neo. So as soon as you put in those 3 things, departure, arrival, and choose the plane type, after you choose a plane type, you can optionally click the airframe right here. So luckily for us, there's one specifically for this plane. So you can see there's the fly-by-wire one. So if you're flying the fly-by-wire, you can choose fly-by-wire under the airframe variant. And then under the second one here is the iniBuilds A320neo V2. So I'm going to choose that one. And then everything here, I just leave it on automatic. If you want to fly with kilograms or pounds, like whichever one you have a preference for, that's in this section right here where it says units. So I've got mine on pounds. And you can just hit save default if you change that. And then I have all this stuff on the right. I think you need pretty much all this on. You can turn step climbs off. But I think you need everything else for it to import most places. You could probably... Yeah, I would just leave all these on. Except I just turn step climbs off because I don't want to deal with step climbs, which means you climb up to one altitude, then you have to tell ATC you're ready for the next altitude. And then all of this down here, optional entries, I'm going to leave everything on automatic. So SimBrief is going to decide how many passengers we have, how much cargo we have. And down here, it's selected a route for us already. So this uses both a departure procedure, which is this Echo 2 right here, and an arrival procedure, which is the Silicon 6 or Silicon 6. We can tell they're procedures because they'll have 5 letters and a number at the end of them. Sometimes they have multiple numbers, but in the US, it's pretty much like 5 letters and a number. All the ones in between are just individual waypoints, and then the arrival procedure. So there are other routes. If you want to choose them down here, you can pick between different routes, or you could type in your own route with waypoints if you know them and hit analyze route to see if it's legit before you generate the flight plan. So I pretty much usually just go with whatever route they recommend. If you want, you can scroll down and look at the map and see where the route is taking you. So if you're flying somewhere in the world where, you know, it's got you going over water way out here in this case, and you want to be along land the whole time, maybe it's worth going up and clicking a different one of these and then seeing how that route differs. But I'm just going to choose the first one in the list. And then when you're done with all that, all you have to do is hit the generate button at the top. And if you use the website, it's going to look very, very similar. So I'll just hit generate. And then after a minute, it'll give us all the information we need. And most importantly, it'll make it so we can just import this entire flight plan into the tablet here in the plane. So we have our Flight Sim 2024 tablet, or EFB, and then we have the one that this plane happens to have, a custom EFB of its own. So we're juggling tablets right now. All right, if you guys have questions, just let them fly. Hopefully everybody's with me so far. If you're not using SimBrief, what we can do is program it from scratch so everybody can program it if you're not using SimBrief. But over here, you have to go to options the first time you use this plane and put in your SimBrief pilot ID. So that's going to be a bunch of numbers. The way to get that is to go to the SimBrief website, and there's a section on the left called My Account. You'll need to go there and get your pilot ID. It'll be in that area on the website. And then you put your pilot ID in there. So we'll wait a couple minutes so you guys can do that just in case you haven't done it yet. And let me bring up the website just so I can show you where it is. Thank you for the crab. It's beautiful. So here, if you're on the SimBrief website, I have mine zoomed in. Normally you'll see the sidebar like this. But I have mine zoomed in for the stream, but either move your mouse to the left or click the little menu button in the top left and then click on account settings. And in here, this is where you get your pilot ID. So you just scroll down where it says your SimBrief data. You'll have your pilot ID right there. The 6 numbers. You just take those 6 numbers and then go back to the EFB and plug it in. When you click the field, your keyboard should be active. If you don't have a keyboard, you could turn this on down here where it says on-screen keyboard enabled and then click. And then it'll bring up the on-screen keyboard, or maybe you're in VR or something. And then you can type with this instead. But I'll keep the on-screen keyboard off. And once you type in your pilot ID, there's just some more options here. So if you change, remember over here we looked at our pounds or kilos units, make sure that matches over here. So I have mine on pounds, so I switched over to pounds here as well. So just make sure they're the same. You don't want to say put in kilos here and put, have them mismatch. You want to put the same unit. IRS alignment time, that's the, inertial reference system. This is how the plane knows like where it is and, the attitude, alignment, all that stuff. This is set on real by default. So it could take like, 8 to 12 minutes or something like that. If you don't want that to take that long, you can switch to either fast or instant. I just have mine on fast. This next one here, link instruments. This is when we set our barometric pressure. We set our altimeter. There's a knob here to do the left screen, a knob over here to do the right screen, and then a knob here to do the center screen. And if you want to save some time, what you can do is link those. So I think it's on no by default. So this is captain and first officer, so it would link the left and right screens. And if you do this one, it's also the backup. The standby instrument system, it would do all 3 of them. So you only have to change the barometric altimeter setting in one spot. It'll keep them all synchronized. Sometimes I'll put on the standby instrument the one that we're going to change to before we change to it. So I like to use this center one. So the captain and first officer one are in sync, but the standby one is there as like a scratch pad. I can change it before as a reminder. Okay, next one here, rudder controls tiller. This, if you do not have a tiller or use something like a twist axis on your stick as your nose wheel steering or tiller, or you don't even know what any of that is, you're going to want this to be yes. So in an airliner like this, the nose wheel steering is not controlled with the rudder pedals here. It's controlled with the tiller over here, which is this. So they steer the plane by turning this. You can see that when I have it set to rudder controls tiller, moving the rudder pedals moves the tiller. If I turn that off, you'll see the tiller stops moving. And what I've done is, if you want to do what I've done, if you have a stick with a Z axis, a twist axis, you can go into your controls and bind a new axis to that by using nose wheel steering axis. This will actually work in other planes besides airliners. So you could fly like a Cessna and still steer on the ground without using your rudder pedals. I actually do that quite a bit when I'm feeling lazy and I just don't want to put my feet on the rudder pedals. So you can go in and you can see I have my joystick axis Z, so left and right. I have that set for that. So if you want to use the tiller separately, that's how you do it. Set an axis to nose wheel steering. And in that case, you want to set this rudder controls tiller to off or no. So then you have them independently. So I can move my rudders, or I can move the tiller with my twist axis on my stick. So up to you. The easiest thing to do is just leave it on yes. And then auto tiller disconnect. I actually have no idea when to do that. I know there's a disconnect right here. I assume we use that before we take off, but I don't actually know the procedure, so I just leave that on yes. I'm guessing that's what it's for though. And then here, this is something I'm also a fan of, ZFW entry. So I didn't even know that had this until I loaded this up. So you can see it says enter 0 fuel weight instead of passenger and cargo values. So I would recommend using this because SimBrief, and if you use any career mode apps like On Air Company or NeoFly or even Microsoft Flight Sim itself, when you say to load passengers, every one of those has their own idea of what the passenger weight should be. SimBrief, for example, I think they use 170 or 180 pounds for the person and like 55 pounds or something for their luggage. So each passenger to them, when it says 177 passengers, it means 177 passengers plus all their luggage. So anyway, because everyone has a different idea of what a passenger weight means, if you turn on use 0 fuel weight entry, that means that we don't have to care about what their concept of a passenger weight is. All we do is put in our 0 fuel weight, which right here it says estimated 0 fuel weight, EZFW. So we would just put in 131,721, and we don't care how that distributes between passengers, cargo, or like payload, you know, snack trays, whatever. We just put in the 0 fuel weight. So that's up to you. We're going to use the SimBrief import anyway, but I'm turning that on. And that's about it. I don't know what that is. Default thrust reduction and acceleration altitude. Okay, is either 1,000 or 1,500. I'll just leave it on the default, which was 1,500. And then on-screen keyboard, I'm using my real keyboard, so that's off. Okay, so that should be enough. So the gist of it is make sure that you have your SimBrief pilot ID and they're using the correct unit. And the rest is just up to you. So once we are done setting that up, it'll remember that so we don't have to set it up anymore. Let's go to the dashboard, and now you can just hit, Shift 5 is the tablet shortcut, by the way. If you're on keyboard, Shift 5 in Flight Sim 24 gets you over here. So we'll just hit the SimBrief button here up top. So it's loading it, and now we can see it's pulled in San Diego, San Jose, and then for our convenience right here, we have the METAR, so we know the weather here at San Diego, and the latest weather in San Jose. Remember that if you want to use, I actually think this, I don't know yet, actually. This may be pulling live weather only, or it may be pulling it from the sim. So if I can test it real quick. If we go up, we turn off live weather, now I have clear skies and I refresh it. It still says light rain. So this is only pulling live weather. So if you're going to use these METARs, you need to be in live weather, otherwise it won't be accurate. And then you can click update whenever you want to refresh it. So here we see 4 miles visibility, 7 knot winds, and light rain and mist. Then we got the cloud level, scattered at 2,100 feet, broken 2,800, temperature. And then down here you can search for another airport if you want. Okay, next let's go over to ground. And this is where in a little bit we'll, like once we get it started up and everything, we'll go into turn off the chocks. Oh yeah, the chocks and covers are here already. Okay. Yeah, somebody said that a little while ago. It doesn't seem like it works. Look, I click chocks and covers, nothing happens, so. But we also have our pushback here, so I'll probably just make use of this one. If you have GSX or some pushback tool plugin, you can use that instead. But I'm just gonna go ahead and use this one. And then you can control the doors and everything from here just by clicking on these. So if you're using GSX, or say you're using the in-game ATC and using their pushback services and all that and loading, you can, you might end up with doors open that you don't want open. So this is where you control all of those. Lith, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Lith. Do I see you this time? Let me see. I see Jally, Trojan, Versa. Yes, Beav, I see you. I see Tweak Demon. I see Gary and Luke, Stevo, Vine, Nico, Austin, Eric, Volton. Who's right next to me? Someone was and now they're gone. So yeah, I got you. What's up, Ruger? Late to the party? We're just getting started with the EFP. Couch Captains take over San Diego. This will be pretty fun. Okay, so now let's go to Payload. We're going to do things like in the easiest way possible. If you got maybe on the second, maybe this flight will use SimBrief import. This is probably what you're going to do like 99% of the time. You're probably using SimBrief import, loading as fast as you want it to, having it put the flight plan in mostly for you and just reviewing it rather than putting it in by hand. But here on the payload screen, we're going to make sure that we get the plane loaded up correctly. So all we have to do, there's a little tiny SimBrief button up here again. So I'm going to hit that. You can see it updates these two numbers here. I'm just verifying it's in pounds. Because I turn on 0 fuel weight mode, it's just using that weight instead of like a passenger and cargo count. So if you didn't make that change, yours probably is pulling in a passenger and cargo count and then fuel. So once it's got those set, you can verify them on your tablet if you want or on the SimBrief website. So we can see here, it's got 0 fuel weight. It actually says estimated 0 fuel weight is 131. So here it says 138. I'm not going to question it, I guess. And then fuel, it says 41,998, which is weird because here we have 11,000. So I don't know what. Oh, this is the max. I'm dumb. Sorry. They're over here. Sorry. 131,721. So it is, right? 131,721 over here. I've flown this plane like twice. Sorry. I've been on the Phoenix train for so long. And then over here, yeah, 11,426. So those match up. Estimated 0 fuel weight and block fuel. So we'll just hit apply load. This is another spot where you can decide whether you want it to be instant, fast, or realistic. So I usually use instant or fast. I'm going to use instant in this case. And then down here, it's got our load sheet. So if you use the non-instant ones, then you're going to have to come back here when the loading is complete to see the final load sheet numbers that we're going to need for our takeoff performance. So here we have our live gross weight. So we have all of the info we need, and we'll put that into the flight computer in a minute. On some EFBs, there's a button that lets you send it over to the flight computer, over to the MCDU. But on this one, I don't think it does. Okay, and then we'll go down to takeoff. This is where we're going to do our takeoff config when we're ready, but we can sync in the weather, so it'll fill in the winds. The runway surface is wet. It doesn't pull that in automatically, so you have to click to make it... is it? It was raining. It's not raining right now, so maybe it's dry. All right, I'll just leave it on dry for now. And it's got the altimeter and stuff in. And then the weight, yeah, it doesn't pull this in automatically, right? So we'll have to pull in the weight from the previous screen. But we'll get to that in a second. Okay, so let's go over to let's go to the overhead panel and actually get this thing starting. Because this is an iniBuilds plane, and you guys probably heard me rant about how bad their camera presets are. Most of their camera presets are useless. 1 through 5 seem to be the ones they make work, and the rest kind of suck. So if you go through shift 1 through 5, you'll see shift 1 gives us our glare shield here. This has all of our autopilot controls. Shift 2 looks down at the back part of the pedestal. So this is where our airspeed or our spoilers are, our flaps, our parking brake, and then we have the engine master switches and ignition right here. So we'll use this when we start it up. Shift 3 gives us both of the flight computers, the MCDUs. So we'll be using this one in just a second. And we can get access to the radios here as well. So this is nav 1 and nav 2, or sorry, com 1 and com 2. And then it looks like 4 just gives us a view of both of the E-cams, I think these are called. And then shift 5 is back to the tablet. Now what's notably missing is if I hit shift all the way up to 9 and 0, it's looking back here, but not looking at the overhead panel. So I happen to have a shortcut that goes to the next camera to net number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. These are not accessible through the shift shortcuts easily. which is why iniBuilds is crappy at making these cameras, because this one's really important. You use this throughout the whole flight, basically. Every phase of flight, you're up here changing stuff. So you can't get to this without binding a key to like instrument camera view 16. I don't even know if that's possible. You might only be able to do 1 through 10. So I would recommend sacrificing one of your custom cameras for the overhead panel. So what I would do is move in your seat. So if you have a keyboard, hold shift and move over here to the right, and then slouch down with shift Q, and then look up and shift Q to slouch down more. Now I'm going to hit shift S to move back a little bit. And then I'm going to use my mouse wheel to zoom in a little bit. And now I'm going to set this as a custom camera preset. I'm going to move a little more forward so I can hit these buttons down here. So once you get this camera view here, I'm going to set this to my camera number 4. Unless you've changed your bindings, the default in Flight Sim 24 is shift F8. That will set camera 4. And to use it, it's shift F4. So F1 through 4 with shift are using your 4 cameras, and shift F5 through F8 are setting those 4 cameras. So I set it to the right side one, the 4th camera, with shift F8. So now when I'm sitting here, I can hit shift F4, and that'll go up to the overhead panel. All right, so hopefully you guys have the overhead panel going already. Or, you know, if you want, I mean, you can just look up like this. Use your just mouse and just look up. Maybe zoom out with your mouse wheel a little bit. It's just a little awkward and you can't see the labels. So it's just personal preference. To start, something like this is nice because you can just see all your labels. All right, so we're going to get the batteries on first. All we have to do is go right here to battery 1 and battery 2. And all we have to do is click battery 1 first and just wait a second, and then you'll see a bunch of lights turn on, including the battery 2 off light, because that's not on yet. So now that battery 1 is on, we can see that battery 2 is off. So we'll click battery 2. And the third thing we're going to do is we have external power. The GPU is attached automatically. We can see it right out here. And so we're just going to turn on the GPU. So we just click on this external power, click on avail, and it will turn to on, and a ton of things will light up and fans will start. Here's systems turn on, powering up, all that. And then I usually just do all of these startup things right away here. So the first thing is to turn your 3 aiders. It's like, I don't know, it's the inertial reference system. It's basically, I have to look it up. Is it attitude? I don't know what it is on this. What does aiders stand for? Air data inertial reference unit, that's it. So up here, you'll want to turn all 3 of these to nav. So you want to do that really early, because if you're using the fast or the realistic option, it can take like, 10 minutes for it to even align the plane and figure out where it is in the world and all that. So you turn those all 3 to the nav position. Then the next thing I do is extinguish all the white lights that you see. So every white light you see where it says off, so I'm going to click the one that says off, 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 off. These are all the fuel pumps, left, center, and right fuel pumps. So all those white lights are gone. Down here, there's one that says crew supply for the oxygen. We're going to turn that one. So off is gone, so that's on. And then down here, we want to turn on the emergency exit lighting. It's this right here. See the red off? We're going to want to turn that to on or armed by turning this to the arm position. And then we probably want to turn our nav light on. Since we have electrical power, I'll turn nav and logo to the 1 position. I actually don't know what the position 2 does. I'm going to end up learning stuff here too. I don't know that I'll be able to make it out exactly what 2 does right now, but I think 2 might be the logo and 1 is probably just the nav lights. So if you want the logo light on the wing or on the vertical stabilizer, then this would be nav and logo. So we'll just leave it on position 1. And the rest of this we're just going to leave alone for now. So the steps up top were hit battery 1, then battery 2, turn the external power on, then we extinguish all the white lights, which were the fuel pumps, the crew oxygen supply, turn the 3 aiders knobs to nav to get the alignment going, so we'll get our GPS position and all that. And then down here, turn the emergency exit lights to arm. So now the only thing we see up here are a bunch of faults, and that's because either the plane's still initializing, or it's because, like in the case of the generators and the packs, that our engines are not started yet. Oh, you use 2 of a ball burns out. And for the cautions and stuff, we don't worry about that. We'll just let the systems boot up. You'll see these red statuses here on both our PFD, primary flight display, and the ND, the navigation display, as it's turning on. These will be red until the alignment is done. So if you chose instant from the options for the ADERS or the IRS alignment, this will just be working instantly. But we are waiting because we got stuff to do anyway, so it doesn't matter. If you end up using GSX or using ATC, you're talking to them at this point. You're getting, you know, the fuel loaded, you're getting the catering here, you're getting the passengers starting to load and all that. So what we'll do is go down and look at our MCDU now. So down here, this is another one where I'm going to sacrifice one of my cameras again, because there should be one that just looks directly at this. There actually is, but it's like number 15 or 14 or something, so it's really not easy to access. So I'm just going to slide forward, point my camera down, point like this, and then sacrifice camera 3 for this. So Shift F7. So now I have Shift F4 for up here and Shift F3 for here. Some planes do this better than others, like in the Phoenix. I think Shift 1, I mean, is right down to this. So when we're looking at the MCDU, we have our status message in the bottom. As these come in, there's like a log of messages. So you can go down here and hit clear to clear those messages as they come in. And we'll just clear all those. It says select desired system. So to get started here, we're just going to hit ATSU. Wait for the response. Wait, is this one ATSU? Oh, this one isn't ATSU. Do we not use it in this plane? Whoa. I'm so used to doing ATSU, AOC, flight init. Maybe that's only in the Phoenix. I think that's only in the Phoenix. Yeah, okay, it's just ATC menu for messages. Pre-flight menu. Oh, we do have one here. Okay, we're just going to skip this. We're just going to go back to the init menu then. All right. So we're going to go ahead and hit init. And then because we use SymBrief, we can use init request. And that'll again pull in our SymBrief data that we put into the tablet. So we're just going to verify our waypoints and stuff. You know, you should do this. I'm sure there'll be a time when we're lazy and we just don't do it. But anyway, in this one, we're going to do it. We should always do it, really, because there's going to be discontinuities, things we have to clean up in the flight plan. So here we're just verifying the route. So here's the route. I'm going to just copy this and put it in the chat. So here's the route. I usually paste that into a little notepad I have, like a Windows notepad, just so I have the whole route available whenever without having to look it up again. So we're just looking, we have KSAN to KSJC. That's correct. Cost index right here is already put in. That's over here where it says cruise CI5 is cost index. The cost index is basically a ratio between how much it costs to operate the plane and how much fuel you're going to burn, like the total cost of operating the flight versus versus how fast you're going to get there. So the higher the cost index, the faster you're going to get there, but the more it's going to cost you in terms of fuel operating costs. So this is really low, cost index of 5. So that means things like our engines are going to be at lower thrust ratings and stuff like that during the climb, and the cruise are going to be at slower air speeds, but it's going to be more economical. If you want, you can go down here and type in, like, is the max on this 200 maybe? Type in like 200. But I'm just going to use what SymBrief says. So that's in wind. We can go to wind and then hit wind request, and that should pull in all of the wind data from SymBrief as well to give us, actually it looks like it pulled it in automatically. So these are our winds during climb and during descent. And then I'm going to go back to the init screen and then go to page 2. So on the Airbus, instead of, like, we flew the Boeing 737 last week on, what was it, Thursday? On the Airbus, instead of like page 1 of 2, you get these little arrows in the top right corner to let you know there are multiple pages. So you just have to hit these arrows down here to change pages. So we're going to hit the right arrow and go to init page 2. Now this is where we need to put in 0 fuel weight, our ZFW center of gravity, and our block fuel. And in this plane, oh nice, you can. Sweet. In this plane, I assume this is, you know, only if you put in the sim brief. Maybe it works without sim brief. But we're doing the sim brief for this time. Just click on the button to automatically populate it. The alternative would be to go into sim brief and grab that 0 fuel weight from over here and put it in. The CG though is something that's going to be calculated by our tablet over here. So if we went back over to the payload, we can see the CG right down here. So 0 fuel weight CG. So that's where it's getting the 27.9 from. Oh no, it's doing the 28.8 one. So sorry, it's the top one. 28.8 gross weight, center of gravity, 28.8, and that's in the green here. So 28.8, if you came over here, you could pull these numbers in manually. And then our planned weight down here. Probably, does it pull in the live gross weight or the planned weight? Let's see, 131 versus 143. It pulls in the planned weight. You can't get SimBrief to work? What, which part does it get stuck on, Crackerjack? Did you put in your ID number? Let me turn the fans down. Okay, so we did the init screen now, so we're gonna go look at our flight plan. So we just click on flight plan down here. And unlike the Boeing, with the Boeing, it has a separate departure and arrival section, but on the Airbus computer, it's all in one flight plan. So to get to our departure info and our arrival info, we click on the waypoint for the airport. You did it, it says something about the username. Are you putting in your user ID numbers? Oh yeah, I went over that. So go to options and put it in here. SimBrief pilot ID. You have to get your pilot ID from the website. If you go back to like, if you rewind the YouTube video, I go through it, but it's on the SimBrief website. Go to your account and you'll find your pilot ID. That's what you put in there. And then you can go to your dashboard and import it with SimBrief. I mean, we'll do a couple of flights so I can go over it again. All right, so let's go back down to the MCDU. So let's look at our flight plan and compare it with our route here on SimBrief. So we have San Diego, of course, and then San Jose. So that's right. We're looking at the beginning and the end for now. So at the beginning, we have San Diego runway 9, the Echo to departure, IK transition, then direct to this waypoint. How do you import it? You click on the SimBrief button on the tablet. So you guys are maybe like 10 minutes behind or so. If you're on YouTube, you can rewind it. But look for the SimBrief button. That'll import the flight plan. And then you'll want to go to Payload and hit the SimBrief button again, right up here. And then apply the load. So it'll pull in the passenger weight. It'll pull in the weights and the fuel for you. You can hit apply. And then it'll ask if you want to load it instantly. That's what I did. And that just loads the plane instantly. Okay, we're burning... actually, we're not burning any fuel since we're on the GPU, so... Okay, now let's go through the departure. So to get to the departure info, unlike the Boeing where we hit the departure arrival button, here we go to flight plan and click on the little side button here next to San Diego. So I'm going to click right here, and then you'll see it says departure. So now we'll click on departure. Available runways. So you can see it actually, even though we did the SimBrief import, the runway, the SID, and the transition is not selected. That's the runway, the departure procedure, and then the transition waypoint for that departure procedure. Went into the EFB and it did not show up. You have to install the SimBrief EFB app and then start your sim. You have to install it in the community folder. How do you get rid of the info box when you hover over buttons? Oh, that's in your flight interface settings. Go to settings, flight interface, and then down here, these are in the cockpit camera section, it's the instrument name tooltips. Turn both of those off. Okay, so now we're going to choose runway 9. So we're just copying what it shows over here in our route. So we have KSAN/09. 09 is the runway. So we'll choose runway 9. Next, we want to choose the departure procedure. So we know we have one because after the runway here, it says Echo 2. A waypoint is generally going to be 5 or 3 characters, but instead we have this with a number on the end. So that's a departure procedure and followed by the transition waypoint. So we just have to match it up. Here's Echo 2. Choose Echo 2. Then after that, it says IK. That's the transition over here. So then we're going to click IK. Now we have all 3 of those things up here. Runway 9, Echo 2, IK transition. So now that that is done, we just click Insert down here. And now it's gone ahead and pulled in all the waypoints for the Echo 2 departure. So you can see now it says Echo 2, climb to 4,000. Then we're going to this waypoint. And then if you want to scroll this down, we use the up and down buttons. It's counterintuitive though. You have to hit the up button to scroll it down and the down button to scroll it up. So we can see it goes through the waypoints and then down to IK. That's the transition. And then there's a discontinuity. We'll look at that in a minute. If you want to get to the top of the flight plan, just click the flight plan button again. Another way is to hit the airport button. That'll jump to either the top where it says San Diego, the very last on route waypoint for our destination, or the third time it'll jump down to our alternate airport. But the flight plan button will take you back up to the top, and then you can see the destination on the bottom line here. It's kind of pinned. So now we're going to do the destination side. I usually do like sandwich, you know, start from the outside, then the inside. So we're going to do San Jose. We're going to click on that. And then instead of departure, we're choosing the arrival. And again, we know we have an arrival because it says the Silicon or Silicon 6 right here. Trox transition. If we were just direct to the airport, the last thing the route would say is direct DCT and then San Jose. But instead it says direct Trox Silicon 6 arrival San Jose. 30 left. So we're going to go up here and choose arrival and then do the same thing we just did, but it's kind of reverse. So the first thing we choose, actually it's not reverse. We choose the runway first, but the way we choose the runway is through the possible approaches. So we could either choose an approach, in this case 30 left. I could choose the ILS for 30 left, or we could scroll down. Is it frozen? What's happening? Oh my God, is it frozen? Wait, there's no way. The throttle doesn't work. You've got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. The A350 strikes again? Nothing works in the plane. I can't... Oh, maybe? Wait, what the... Are there WASM problems in this plane too? What? Oh, what? Dude. No way. Pause and resume. Does that fix it? Wait, are you telling me that iniBuilds has had WASM issues in other planes besides the 350? And it's still a problem in the 350? Oh my God. All of them have WASM issues? You gotta be kidding. Oh my God. I did not know that. Are you serious? I thought their signature was bad performance. Holy crap. Good job, iniBuilds. This makes me hate the 350 even more. That is so ridiculous. How long has this plane been out? This plane was out in 2020. You had this... Oh, but PMDG isn't compatible with 2024. Yeah, this is in the... This is in the 320. Oh my God. Maybe I should just fly. I would love to fly the fly-by-wire, but not everybody has it, so... It happens in the A400 since day one. Holy crap. Do we need to download fly-by-wire? I mean, I wanted to do the iniBuilds one because everybody just has it by default. Yeah. I prefer fly-by-wire, and I also prefer, obviously, Phoenix, but I thought we should just grab the one that everybody has by default because You know, there's no downloading anything. If somebody happens to even be on Xbox with a keyboard. Dude, unbelievable. There's a new 350 update. There's another one. They must have stole the WASM bugs from that, put them into the 320. Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm gonna go up. Let me just kind of speed run it this time. Just gonna go up battery 1. Battery 2. External power. Nav. All the white lights. That's the fuel pumps and the crew supply. Nav on 1. And emergency exit lights armed. Shift 5. Sim brief import. Payload. Sim brief button. Apply the payload instantly. Okay, now we'll go down here. Init. Init request. Wind is already in. Flight plan. All right, we're back to where we were, right? I think that's all I did. The flushing toilet. All right, so I'm going to go back and try this again. So we'll go San Diego. Departure, runway 9. Echo, IK. Insert. San Jose, arrival. So we can choose either an expected approach. So if we want, we could just pick the ILS, any approach for 30 left, like the ILS 30. And then I'm going to, the other option, if you don't want to do that, you could go San Jose. If you don't want to pick any approach yet, you can scroll down and just pick the runway. So if I go all the way down, I can just choose 30 left, the runway itself with no approach chosen yet. Next, we choose the Silicon 6. So it's not listed here, so we have to hit the up button, which scrolls down, which makes sense. Hit up to scroll down, Silicon 6, choose that. And then there's TROX, the TROX transition. So we got runway 3 left. You could choose the ILS if you want. Silicon 6, and then TROX. And then I think if I want to change the approach at this point, we go left and right. So I'll go back to the left. Oh no, it's to the right. Okay. You can use the left and right arrows to get back to re-choose any of those things. So I'll go back and just re-choose 30 left. Oops, and I messed up the transition. Where's the Silicon 6? Arrival. 30 left. It's gone. What the heck? What is happening? That's so weird. I guess that ILS can't be used for it? Alright, so I'll hit erase and we'll not choose the ILS. Let's try that again. So I'll just scroll all the way down and choose 30 left. Oh yeah, the Silicon 6. That's so weird. It didn't let me get to this page. It stops a page early. Maybe another bug. Okay, anyway, Silicon 6, TROX. I'll pick the ILS a little bit later. Okay, now the next thing is for us to just look through our flight plan. So if you scroll all the way down on SimBrief, you'll have the flight plan here. Something that's really nice is you can zoom in on this with your mouse wheel and see each individual waypoint if you want. So if I click flight plan to go to the top, I could use this to go through the waypoint. So I can see Echo, Gopher, Moto, Teddy, Gigan, IK. And then it gets to IK here, and I have a discontinuity, and it just does IK again. So I'm just going to delete the discontinuity. And in the Airbus, you just click on clear. I need to clear all these messages first. I'll hit clear, so it says clear down here, and then click on the discontinuity. And then you'll see it cleared it, and it removed the duplicate IK, and it just takes effect instantly. So we've cleared that transition, or that discontinuity. And then I'll just go through. There's TISA, scatter, top of descent, TROX, TISA, scatter, top of descent, TROX, Silicon, Valley, Guy, Wilson. Is that Guesty, Clyde, or Gusty, Clyde, and then the runway. So this matches all the waypoints here. Sometimes the iniBuilds planes bug on that. A300 does it sometimes. It's so weird. I was like, oh, well, we'll be using an iniBuilds plane. Like, you know, the 350 is kind of crappy, but, you know, this one's been out a while. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oops. If you're not using a sim brief, or you don't want to scroll down and look at the map waypoint by waypoint, but you still want to review the flight plan, you can do that by using your navigation display right here. So we just have to go to the plan view using this knob up here. And then we have a range knob. So if I zoom this out, you'll see the range change. So we have the format and then the range. You can control the first officer side independently too. So if you want one of them to be on one and the other to be on the other, you can do that. So I can put like the north up plan view over here and then maybe use the arc or the nav view myself. The arc is like a heading mode. It's like a north up compass kind of display with a map overlaid on it, with the waypoints overlaid on it. Nav mode is a 360 version of that. So you can still see behind you. But if you go to the plan mode, you can go down here and hit flight plan. And when you're in plan mode, the flight plan links with it, synchronizes with it. So that's how you can review waypoint to waypoint. So if I zoom in to like 20 miles, I can now use the up arrow, which advances downward. So we'll use up to go to the next waypoint, and that's how you can step through the entire flight plan like this. So if you want to step through and make sure that everything makes sense, there are no discontinuities. When we choose an approach later, this is nice too. You can see which way it has us go around to land. Like this one's like a straight in. But we'll take a look at that when we're in cruise. So I'll hit F plan or flight plan button again to get back to our current waypoint. And then I like to use nav for the takeoff because sometimes you take off and need to do like a full turnaround. So I want to see the waypoints behind me. So it's just personal preference. I like to use nav on takeoff and then later change to use arc because we'll just be looking in front of us at that point. If you hit the constraints button up here, these are different things you can turn on the navigation display. You can choose which one of these you want on. I think you can only do one at a time. So constraints will give you any altitude and speed constraints on the map. So in the case you're doing a departure, an arrival, an approach, where you're interested in those altitude and speed constraints, when I turn on constraints, you'll see it says at or above 4,000 here. And then if I zoom out, we'll see different constraints. If there are any more, we'll see them on the waypoints. And then you can choose VORs, NDBs, or airports, or click to turn them all off. But generally, constraints on the left side, and then over here, I'll sometimes turn on like airports or something like that over here, just for some situational awareness, like what airports are around us. Turns out I had to use the on-screen keyboard to type your pilot ID. Oh, instead of your Xbox keyboard. All right, weird. Very weird. What's up, Givens? Alrighty, so yeah, the marketplace. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, we should be happy. You know, you can look at it the negative side and be like, I can't believe there's only like 20 things in it or whatever. It's like, all right, well, people haven't been able to upgrade for like 4 months, so it's a good thing. What's up, dog? Okay, so we got our flight plan in. We reviewed the flight plan and everything's good there. You would want to like talk to ATC before you do all of this because they could change your runway, they could change your departure procedure and all that. So you don't want to do this all and commit to that flight plan until you know it, but I'm not going to use ATC this time. All right, so we're all loaded up. This is the point where we would get the APU going and get ready to push back because we have the whole plane loaded. We have our flight plan in. Oh yeah, we have to do our takeoff performance. Whoops. Yeah, so the flight plan is in. So the reason you would do the flight plan first and do ATC first is to know which runways you're using because that's taken into account when we do our performance calculation. So we'll go down here and just hit the perf button. And you can see it's asking for information. It wants our V speed, so our V1, our rotation speed, our V2 speed, flap setting, our horizontal stabilizer trim setting, our flex temperature, which is a way to make the engine kind of derate itself, use lower settings during takeoff. So that's called a flex takeoff, where you move it to the flex detent instead of the toga descent, which is full power takeoff. For this, we'll just do full power takeoff so it's easier. We'll talk about the detents in a second because we need to calibrate our throttles, and we need to talk about whether to use split throttles. We need to talk about how do you get into the reverse detent like this. There's a lot going on. Maybe, yeah, we should do that all when we're on the ground because we want to be able to move the throttle freely and before we get the engine started up. But for now, let's do our takeoff performance. So we'll go back over to the EFB, shift 5, or look over here to your left, and there's a takeoff button here on the left. So we're going to synchronize again the weather. So you can hit sync up here. It'll pull in the weather at the airport we're at. And we have our winds, outside air temperature, and altimeter. And then here for configuration, to configure the takeoff settings, we need to put in the weight. So we want to put in our gross weight. So I'm going to go over here to payload, and here's our live gross weight. We're going to end up burning some fuel, so like we could go and look at our estimated takeoff weight. You can see there our live weight right now is 143, but we're going to burn some fuel by turning on the APU, starting the engines, and taxiing. So over here, where we have estimated takeoff weight, you can see it's 142.6. So it's down almost 1,000 pounds of fuel by the time we get out there, or like, 700 pounds or 500 pounds. So we could just use estimated takeoff weight over here, or just put in our live gross weight. It's not much of a difference. You got some other people that are more experienced might have a recommendation, but worst case scenario, put in your live gross weight right here. I'm going to put in the estimated takeoff weight. So like minus 500 pounds. So here I'll put in 142.6, and that's in thousands of pounds. For flaps, we're going to leave it at flaps 1. Actually, let me do the takeoff performance. This is another thing where like this flight computer does not give you, it doesn't give you which flaps to use and things like that. You put that in yourself. Some of the other ones will tell you what flaps to use, like the Phoenix, for example. An alternative you can have for these flap settings and stuff like that is to go to the performance section of SimBrief and do the performance calculation there. Or if you go to the flight plan you already have generated, you go down here to this briefing preview section. This is the OFP, or the operational flight plan. This is this cryptic looking thing that has all the data we need for the whole flight pretty much. There is a spot in here that's the runway analysis, and actually the EFB app gives us a shortcut to it right here, runway analysis. Or you can scroll down in that big one and find this section. This is basically an excerpt from the OFP. Here it says takeoff data, and we can look here and see flex, selected temperature, bleed on, wet runway, and then over here there's a flaps, flap 1. So this is one place to find it. The other place is by going to the performance. In the EFB, you go to performance. On the website, it's in the sidebar. When you're on the performance screen, you can populate it from last flight, which is our current flight. It brings in all of our data. You can populate the weather, and we can hit calculate, and it'll give us a more nice looking format for our takeoff performance calculation. And here again, we see what we had in the OFP, flaps 1. So it's also saying bleed setting on, anti-ice setting off. We'll have the bleeds on by default. You'd have to manually turn them off if you want them off, so that's the default setting. Anti-ice is off, and it's showing if we want to use flex, we'd have to put in this temperature, but we're not going to do that. We're going to do a full toga takeoff this time to keep it easy. But anyway, flaps 1, and it's got some estimated V speeds for us. So it's got our rotation speed estimated. It'll show where on the runway we will be rotating. You can see we make use of all the runway. But this is based off the flex takeoff, not a toga takeoff. We're going to take off faster than this doing toga, full takeoff power. Anyway, that's just a way to find what flap setting should be. Sometimes you'll see like a 2. I think 1 is the most common, but didn't we have like a flaps 2 and 3 takeoff? Anyway, so we have our weight in there. Flaps 1 is selected. And then we have air conditioning on. That's the bleed. So if you went packs off, if you're going to turn the packs off for even more power, you would turn this to off. Anti-ice is off because it's just raining and it's 16 outside, 16 degrees. But here we're going to choose force toga. So normally it wants to do a flex takeoff. That's lower takeoff performance, lower takeoff engine power setting to conserve on the engines, wear and tear. I like doing that most of the time just because it's cool to be economical, but some people think the opposite, where it's cool to use toga every time. So whenever you want to use toga, force toga here. So it's not going to give us a flex temp or anything like that. That would be something we put in the computer. So we'll do force toga for now and just hit calculate. So the important things we're getting here are our 3 V speeds. V1 is the speed at which we do not abort the takeoff. We're committed to taking off once we hit the V1 speed. That's because we'll run out of runway before we can stop. So that's why if we choose wet runway over here, and I recalculate it, the V1 speed is 150. And now the V1 speed is 135. So much earlier, we will be committed to take off because the runway is wet and we cannot stop as fast. But I'm going to choose dry because it looks like it's dry out now. So I'm going to just choose dry and recalculate it. So V1 is when you hear the pilot say V1, that means, all right, we're committed to take off. We're not stopping. I think that's when they take their hand off the throttle lever, because they're not going to abort the takeoff at that point. And then it's the rotation speed where you pull back on the yoke to take off, or in this case, the side stick to take off. V2 speed is our safe climb speed if one engine dies during takeoff. Okay, and then down here, these two numbers are the next important things that go into the flight computer. We have 28.8 for our CG, and then we have, oh sorry, I think that got put in already on the end of page. Then we have our THS, that's the trim for the horizontal stabilizer, 0.6 up. So it's like setting your pitch trim up to the 0.6. Oh, is that degrees? Or is it percent? I think it might be percent. I don't actually know. Do you guys know, is that degrees or percent? Anyway, we do 0.6 up. So now if we go over here, we have to put this information in. I think it might just let us click the button to pull it in, so we'll see. So it's 150, 150, and 152. So I'm going to go over here and put those speeds in so we can get our takeoff performance in the MCDU. So it says not allowed. So this is where we have to type it ourselves. So we'll type 150. It puts in this little scratch pad down here. Now we paste it in the V1 spot by clicking next to it. Mine was 150. So yours are probably different than mine. So whatever yours says over here for your V1, VR, V2, this is what you're copying over into that. And then V2 for me is 152, and we're going toga. So over here we're doing 152 in the V2 speed. Now we have flaps and the horizontal stabilizer trim. So mine was flaps 1, so I'm going to put a 1. And is it in this one where you can't put the trim? Let me see. 1 / can we type up 0.6? We can, okay. So you'll type either 1 or whatever your flap setting is. Oh, there's a send to FMGS button. Oh, that is in there? Oh, you're right there. Nice. Crap. All right, well, that's how you do it manually. So you can put up, you can do flaps 1 / up 0.6 or down 0.6 or whatever your trim setting is. I didn't think this one had this. Is it the PMDG that doesn't have it? I always get them mixed up. I think maybe the PMDG does not have the transfer button. So anyway, if we click this, data sent. Now if we go over here, I already had it in, but it's back in. If you did a flex takeoff, it would put the flex temperature here. It's basically a fake ambient temperature. It's telling the engines it's way hotter outside than it actually is. And that results in the engines using less power to take off. For some reason, I'm not an Airbus captain. Anyway, the flex temp is the economical way. We're doing the toga way, so there's no flex temperature in here for this flight. And then we'll just hit confirm takeoff data down here. And then that is all good to go. And I didn't put in takeoff shift. I think, isn't that, I think the takeoff shift is if you're starting at an intersection, you're not doing a full length takeoff. You put in an offset of how much runway you're losing because you're not using the full length runway. But I'm just going to leave that alone. All right, so we have our flight plan in. We did all of our weight and balance. The whole thing's loaded. We did our takeoff performance. And now we can get it started and get pushed back. All right, did I lose anybody? I probably lost somebody, but tell me if it's... And yeah, I'm not planning on cutting this up. No, this would be... It would take so much. I would just do it, you know, without chatting. I would, you know, make a proper tutorial. But since I'm so slow at it, I thought it'd be fun to do these. We did one last week where I showed what I know about the max. We did the max. You thought the title said iniBuilds A320 verse Flight Sim 2024? Oh, yeah, it's V2. The name of the plane's the V2. All right, so we're going to go to the top now, and we're going to get the APU started. That's the auxiliary power unit. That's a little baby engine that's inside the tail of the plane. So you'll see it pooping out some heat here in a second. So we're going to get that started first. All we have to do is click on in the APU section right here. We turn on the master switch. And then we wait a few seconds, and then we hit the start. And we're just waiting for the APU to start up here. So we can actually watch the progress of the APU down here on the bottom ECAM screen. These are called the ECAMs, right? Is it upper and lower ECAM? Or wait, ECAM's just the messages. I forget what these two are called. Anyway, on the bottom one here, we can see the APU flap open. So it's starting the APU up. If you want to zoom in on the tailpipe, you can watch this thing start up. Listen to it start up. Oh my god, Jewel. Beautiful timing. Thanks for that fart, Jewel. Appreciate that. Alright, so the APU's starting up. So the APU's used to start the plane up. We need the air pressure from the APU. It also provides electricity. We'll use the APU to kickstart the engines, essentially. So we start the APU, the power and the air from the APU is used to start the two engines, and then we'll shut the APU off once the engines are started. Generally, you'll get the APU started, and then you will call for your pushback. So, because as soon as we push back, we're not going to have the GPU anymore. So the GPU is providing electrical power to us right now. This whole time we were setting up from the ground power unit. If you did not have a GPU available, you need to have the APU on burning fuel the whole time to provide electricity to the plane. But now once the APU is totally on, we're going to get rid of the GPU. So we'll go ahead and check again. Once the APU is fully started, you'll see it say avail here. As soon as it says available, we need to turn on the APU bleed. So that's going to use the bleed air from the APU, and that's what's going to be used to get the engine started. So once you have APU bleed on, we can disconnect the external power. And if you did all that right, then the plane will not turn off. If you did not turn the APU on, get it started, and turn the APU bleed on, and then you disconnect the external power, the plane is going to be only on battery power, so a bunch of things are going to shut off. All right, so the ground power unit now, we do not need it, so we can go over here and we can get rid of it. I don't know if the iniBuilds will remove it automatically. It might once we like turn the beacon on or something. Just because I don't know that, I'm going to go over here to ground, and I'm going to turn off the GPU right here. So I'm just going to click here. GPU is removed. And then the GPU is gone. Yeah, you could wait. Yeah, you can wait 3 minutes if you want. I never do, and nothing's ever happened by not doing it, but yes. If we were flying in the real world, or you want to be super realistic, yeah, you don't turn the bleed on until after a few minutes of having the APU started. Okay, so the GPU is off, and we're self-sufficient now. Oh, is it raining again? Oh, no. Okay, if we want... I mean, we're going to do a toga takeoff, so, like, it's really not a big deal. We're going to lift off as soon as possible anyway, and, you know, if you want, because it started raining, you could go back in and you could redo your performance, which would change your V1 speed. So if you do want to do that because it's now raining, you'll go over to takeoff. I'm going to sync the weather again just to make sure, and I'm going to change the surface to wet, calculate. Now our V1 speed is going to change. I'm going to send it over. And then if we go back and look in the computer, we can see that we have the new speeds here to accept. So I think I need to click each one of these buttons. Oh, that's weird. Oh, confirm takeoff data. Whoops. So we have the current settings. the pending setting, and now we can confirm. So now 135 is my V1 speed. All right, we're gonna clear. All right, so that's, we're gonna do toga power takeoff anyway, so it'll be fine. All right, so down here, let's do the pushback. We already have the APU started. We have the APU bleed on. So I'm gonna go down here with pushback and hit aft to start us backing up. And we'll go down here and turn the parking brake off. Starting the engines in this thing is so easy. All you have to do is go down here, turn this to ignition/start. And then as soon as they say you're clear to start the engines, or when the pushback starts, you can just turn engine 1 on. Looks like it's probably still connecting. All right, so it's pushing us back, so I'm just gonna click engine 1. Unlike the Boeing, we don't have to do anything now. We just wait for the whole engine to start up. Once it's completely started up, it'll say avail up here with a block around it, say available. You can go to your external cameras, watch it start up. Oh, we have effects on this plane too, nice. Good thing we chose wet, it's suddenly super wet. Couch Captain's Terminal, hell yeah. And I didn't even look to see where we're taxiing, so I'm just gonna stop us real quick, because we'll need to turn and we wanna aim towards whichever runway we're gonna take. Runway 9 is what we have. So over here on the map, I'll just go to the EFB map and zoom in. And runway 9 is just right here behind us. So I'm just going to move my tail to the left, I guess. So I'm just going to hit left here. Oh, sorry, right. The direction is which way the tail goes. So I'll see if I hit anything here. Remember, I just started flying the airliners like, what, over the summer? I'm definitely not an expert in the airliners. I know enough to get almost, like, mostly get to every airport I've ever flown to, so we'll see how it goes. All right, engine 1, I missed where it said avail, but I'm going to start engine 2 now, and then I'm going to stop the pushback and get my parking brake back on. And we'll watch for engine 2 getting started. Frames are going wild. All right, engine 2 starting up. Yeah, the effects are great. I mean, this is what we got with SimFX for like all the planes. And they had those immersion packs that were for like the A320s, the 737s, the 777, which added even more effects. They're so awesome. All right, there's where it says avail right there, so you can see that. If you miss it, just look and see if everything's steady. So once you have engine 1 and engine 2 started, you can go down and turn the ignition switch off right here back to normal. And to shut them down, all you do is click these and it just shuts the whole engine down. Yeah, this is the base A320, the V2. All right, so I'm going to turn on the flight directors up here. So I'm going to hit FD. That's Flight Director 1, and then over here I'll hit Flight Director 2. You probably saw these change to these little slash modes. So when the airplane has control over these different things, so the speed, our heading, or our course, or our altitude, or vertical speed, it'll show a dash and a dot. The way you interact with these controls is a little different. So I'm using the lock mode. So if you point at a knob and it turns blue like this, you're using the lock interaction style, which is like the new way. To interact with these, each of these switches here, or most of them, have you can turn them left, turn them right, push them, and pull them. When you pull on the knob, to do that in this mode, you middle mouse click to pull it. You'll see how it pulls out a little bit. When you pull a knob like this towards you, you're saying, I want control of this. You're pulling it towards you, the pilot. That's saying, I want control of the speed. So if you middle mouse click, that pulls it towards you, and then you can roll it to change the speed. If you want to push it, you right click on it, and that says you're giving the control back to the plane. So if you want to manually change speed when you're flying, you'll pull this towards you and then set the speed. And if you want to give it back to the plane, you'll right click and that will push it. A lot of people like to use the legacy mode though. So if you don't like how it highlights things blue, you don't want a middle mouse click or it doesn't work for you, you can go into your settings here under flight interface. And then right here where it says cockpit interaction system, change from lock to legacy and then go back in. Now you have to be more precise with these kind of. So when I point, my mouse cursor is probably pretty small, but when I point to this, the mouse cursor changes into an up arrow. And then when I move it down, you can see it's a right turning arrow and then a down arrow. So all of this is done with left clicks, but you have to put it in the correct precise location to push, turn, or pull it. You can still point at it and use your mouse wheel to turn, mouse wheel up and down. But if you want to push it, you have to get the up arrow to show on your cursor and then click. And if you want to pull it, you need to get the down arrow to show and then click. So it's just up to you. It's a personal preference. I'd say most people probably use the legacy mode. People that have been flying the airliners quite a bit. I have seen some times when like it didn't work for me where like I couldn't push or pull certain knobs. I don't know if it's true in this plane or not, but I'll just use the lock mode because most people are probably in the lock mode. Is SimFX good? Yeah, dude, SimFX is awesome. I love it. I used it in 2020. It's just not available for 2024 yet. Okay, so we got the flight directors on. We did not set our climb altitude yet, so I'm just going to set it to our cruise altitude. We're not using ATC or anything, so we're going to try to keep this simple. I'm going to go look at my SimBrief flight plan again and see what my cruise altitude was. It's up here at the top, 38,000. So I'm just going to go here and roll my mouse wheel until we get to 38,000. This altitude selection knob has a inner part where if you click it, it will change between the 1,000 and 100 increments. So if you only want to change in thousands, you leave it on the 1,000 and roll it. If you want to change in hundreds, you click this and then roll it again and it'll change in hundreds. Whenever you change it to like 1,000s, it's not going to add 1,000. It's going to go to the nearest 1,000. So if I'm at, 36.8 and I want to get to 38,000, I don't need to roll it up twice first. I just roll it up and that will round to the nearest 1,000 and then up again to 38,000. And you'll see that this does not have a dot next to it. So I think once we get the auto thrust on it will, but yeah, I don't think we can do it manually here. We wait until we get the, until we line up. Okay, so the next thing we do, something that we don't get in the Boeing is a to-do list essentially. So these are our ECAM messages. So right here, it's showing everything we need to do before we take off. Green is good. Everything else is stuff we want to do. So in this case, we have, this is predictive wind shear. So it'll predict if there's wind shear and alert us if there's any wind shear detected. That is turned to off. So we're going to turn that on. This switch is down here near our right thigh. So if you scroll in down here, you see the PWS knob right here, and it's in the off position. So I'm just going to move it up into the 1 position. And then if we go back here and look, you'll see that message is gone. If you're in the fly-by-wire, or actually if you're in the Phoenix, it's a little horizontal switch like where this knob is instead. But we're just going to leave this one set to 1. And then over here we have our takeoff checklist. This is our takeoff config checklist, so we can go ahead and do this as well. So we have auto braking to max. The auto brake is right over here. So we just click the max button. So if we reject the takeoff, it's going to do maximum automatic braking. Signs on is up top. This is our passenger signs. So we'll go here and get the signs on. So we have seatbelt sign. I'm going to turn that to the on position. And then no smoking to the on position. While we're up here, since we started the engines, we don't need the APU anymore. The engines are providing all the electrical power because the generators have turned themselves on. So we can just turn off the APU bleed and then turn off the APU master switch. So turn both those blue switches off, and that'll turn the APU off. Okay, and then back to our messages. It says spoilers need to be armed, flaps set for takeoff, and then test the configuration. So spoilers are right down here, again near our right leg. This has a half and full position, and it has both an arm and disarm position. So right now they're disarmed. To arm them, you need to grab it and pull it up. And this little white part of the little knob, the bottom of the knob there, like the shaft of it, shows, so you know that it's armed. So we pull that up, and that is giving the plane control to use the spoilers automatically. When it's in the down position, then we can use the spoilers ourselves manually like this. But we're going to keep it up in the retracted position and then pull it to the up position to arm them to let the plane use them if it wants to. And then the last thing we have is put the flaps to the takeoff position. So if we look down here on, wait, what does it say? Initialize weight. Did I not do that from before, maybe? I think I forgot to do that before. It's not letting me get to the screen, is it? Not allowed. Okay. Yeah, I think I forgot to put that in earlier because I had to restart. Anyway, go to your performance page, and this is a reminder of your flaps and your trim setting. So flaps 1, you can hit your flaps down button or move it right over here. So flaps 1 is set. And then we need our trim set to up 0.6. So a quick way to do that is go over here and hit FCTL, which is flight controls. And right here, it shows our pitch trim. So I'm just going to use my elevator trim up and move that until we get up 0.6. So that matches up 0.6, up 0.6. And then to get this back to the automatic screen mode, I'm just going to click flight control again so the light goes away. All right, so if you do all that, you should see all this in green, and the last thing to do is do the takeoff config test. So down here, we have the takeoff config button. All we do is press that. Sometimes you have to press and hold it. And then it says takeoff config normal. So we're all ready for takeoff already. And now we just need to taxi and get out of here. I didn't set the altimeter yet, so here's the altimeter. It's in hectopascals by default. So if you're flying in the US, we use inches of mercury. So to change that, it's just like the altitude knob. You point at it and click, and that'll change to the inches of mercury side. And I'm just going to hit comma to change it automatically. And then that'll automatically change this one as well. This one shows both inches of mercury and hectopascals at the same time. So you can see that's changed as well to our standby one. All right, anybody gets stuck? Are we good to taxi? I'm going to taxi to runway 9 when you guys are ready. Should have your flaps set, engine started. You should have all green messages here for takeoff config being done. It's also warning us parking brake is on and TCAS is on standby. So our TCAS controls are down here. I didn't put anything in yet. Normally I'd put in a squawk code and then turn this to automatic. And then once we line up, we'll turn this knob down here to TARA for traffic advisories, resolution advisories. But I'll just leave that for now. All right, so we should be ready to taxi. So all we have to do is turn off our parking brake. Actually, we should do our light first. Up here, we'll turn on... Oh yeah, I didn't do any of the lights, did I? Sorry. Right when we were pushing back, we should have just clicked the beacon to turn that on. I forgot to turn that on. If you're doing a career mode thing, you would probably get dinged for not doing that. So yeah, beacon should have been on. We have the APU on. We turn the beacon on when we're pushing back as we're starting the engines or before we start the engines. So we have the runway turn-off lights, landing lights, and then the nose light is the one that has the taxi. So we'll turn the nose light position to the taxi position here. Can you rewatch the stream? Yep, they're all saved. Every stream is saved. You can, yep. So once you have the taxi light on, go ahead and pull your parking brake out. We didn't talk about reverse thrust yet. Maybe I'll save that until a little bit later. When we come in for the landing, we're going to do... oh yeah, we should... Sorry, we should calibrate. Sorry, I calibrated mine already. Reverse thrust, auto braking is probably going to be fine for our landing. So maybe the second flight we'll use reverse thrust. So unlike the Boeing, so if you flew the Boeing, you know that you just hit the toga button and the actual throttle moves itself mechanically. With the Airbus, we have detents. So we have a climb detent, which is actually where we leave it for the whole cruise phase as well, and descent and everything. Everything except for takeoff and taxiing. The flex detent is if we were doing a flex takeoff, or MCT, max continuous thrust. And then toga is our takeoff and go around full power. So we're going to do a toga takeoff, but these detents can be calibrated. So you'll want to do that in any of these planes you fly. Go into the options. So we'll need to take a couple minutes to do this for you guys that haven't. Go down here to where it says open throttle settings. So you're going to waste some fuel because I made a mistake and didn't have you do this before we started the engines. But go to the open throttle settings menu here, and the first thing you're going to want to do is decide whether or not you have the reverser on your axis. Tell it whether you have a reverser or not. So in my case, when I pull my throttle all the way to the lowest position on my throttle, I do not have a reverser detent. If you have like the Airbus, the Airbus throttle quadrant, then you can lift your fingers, like stick your fingers under it, lift them and pull it into the throttle detent. You do have a reverser detent. Or like the Honeycomb Bravo has a detent you pull it down into. So it's up to you if you have a detent axis or not. With the Honeycomb, it's not really an axis. It's more like a button press when you pull it into that detent position. Whereas I think the Airbus one is actually on the axis. So unless you're sure you have the reversers on your axis, choose no here. And then what you'll want to do is move your throttle, and you'll see it here. Move it into the idle position and then click on idle, like set idle. Then you'll want to move it up to around the spot you want it to be in climb, so like 60% or so. Then move it up to the flex kind of area where you'll want it. Each time you move it to these positions, click the button for that position. So do toga, click set toga, move it down a little to where you want it to count for flex and click set flex. Move it down again to where you want it to count for climb and hit set climb. Down to idle, hit set idle. You'll hear it beeping and stuff because we're moving these while we're doing the calibration, so that's my fault. I didn't have you do it before. Once you set all those, just hit close. It's kind of a pain, honestly. Like, I kind of like Boeing in the sim just because I don't have to worry about the detent position. You could also decide to make your life easier to not split your throttle. You could just use one single throttle axis to move all of them, like at the exact same movement, instead of using throttle 1 and throttle 2, just so it's easier to get into the detents. So yeah, hopefully you have that all set up. It's making me test my takeoff config again, so I'll do that. And then we'll get the parking brake off and go to runway 9. I'm just gonna use the EFB here, the moving map, and we'll just go over to runway 9 and take off. And yeah, we're gonna use full takeoff power. All right, so we'll just give it a little bit of power, and it depends on if you're using the tiller wheel or your rudder pedals. So if you have the rudder pedals set to control the tiller, you'll use the rudder pedals. Otherwise, if you set it on another axis for the tiller, like your twist axis on your stick, then you'll use the tiller to turn. All right, so we'll make our way over to runway 9. And the moving map is such a good way to do this. One of you guys told me to do that before, and I was like using the charts instead, but... And we're not looking at any of our charts right now. We're just going to use the database and stuff. We're not going to pull out the charts for everything. Just to reduce how many things we're doing right now. All right, so when you guys are ready, we'll just pull on the runway. I can go first if you want, then pause and watch you guys take off maybe. So this is a good time to look back down on your performance sheet and remind yourself what your rotation speed is, especially. It will show up on the speed tape though. So there'll be a little R on there, or it won't be an R, it'll just be, it'll be a green speed. I forget what color, but you'll see the 3 speeds as you're moving up. So I know my rotation speed is 150. So before we get on the runway, we're going to go up here and turn on our runway turn-off light. I think that's on the nose, right? Or on the front gear. Yeah, so we have runway turn-off light is these two right here on the bottom of the gear. So if I hit that, yeah, you can see those come on. And then the landing lights, when you move them first, they go to the off position and they will extend. You can see one right there and one right there. So once you're in flight, we retract them because they're gonna cause a little bit of drag. But you see them extend down, and then the second position turns the landing lights to the on position. So now we can see them on. And then finally we have, I think usually people wait until they get takeoff clearance to turn the nose takeoff light on as like a reminder that they're not cleared for takeoff. But then we turn the nose light to the takeoff position, and that uses this much brighter one here. So we have taxi right here. Runway turn-off lights are down here. This is our nose takeoff light, and then our landing lights extended and on over here and over here. All right, so those are on. Our seatbelt sign is on, and then I'm going to turn the strobe to on. So we have strobe on, beacon on, runway turn off, landing lights, and takeoff for the nose light position, seatbelts, and takeoff config down here is good. So we're going to get the parking brake off. Oh, sorry. When it's off, it points forward like you can move. And we'll go to the left. We'll do the A330 driver style. I always think of him when I think of the lineup because he's like, don't waste any runway. Even if we'll slam our wings on the approach lighting system here. All right, so we're gonna line up and stop. Once I take off, I'll pause it, and then we'll make sure you guys get off the ground. People usually hit the chrono here when they're about to take off, so they know like just how long they've been using fuel from the main engines, basically, like outside of taxiing. So you can like hold the brakes and move it to the 50% mark and let the engine stabilize, make sure that they're alive. As you move the throttle, see the blue change there? It shows you where your throttle is set versus where the actual power is, the thrust power is. But once you're there, we're going to just move the throttles up. We're going to let go of the brakes, move the throttle all the way up to toga. So there's climb detent, flex detent, and then finally toga. And then over here it says man toga, SRS, and then we have nav and auto thrust right here is all on. We should hold the nose down a little bit until we get to 100 knots. I forgot to do that, but anyway, here we come to V1. Now we're waiting for rotate, which is that little like blue dot looking thing. There's rotate, pull back, follow the flight director down here, keep the wings level. And we're just aiming down here, looking at this and pitching up to point at the crosshairs. We got a positive rate of climb, so I'm gonna hit gear up. And then as soon as we get up to 1,000 feet, you can see that where it's green here. This is our height above the ground, 800 feet. 1,000 feet, I'm gonna turn my autopilot on with a shortcut, or you can go over here and hit the AP1 button. Auto throttle is, or auto thrust is on automatically. Then it flashes and says lever climb. So it wants us to move the levers back into the climb detent. So we move them back once to flex, and then once again to climb. This is where it can get tricky, mattering your calibration. But you can see now it says thrust climb, so we know it's in the climb detent. And then lastly, we're above the slat speed, so I'm gonna put flaps up. Usually do it right before you get to the S speed. All right, now I'm gonna hit, I don't even know if I need to hit pause. I'm sure you guys are probably taking off already. You're not. Okay, I'll pause it. All right, let me bring my drone camera back and we'll watch some rotations happen. So the thing I forgot to do is when you first start rolling down, push forward on your stick until you get to 100 knots, then you can relieve the nose pressure. So you just like give it like nose down while you're on the runway to keep it stuck down hard to the surface of the runway, keep the nose down. When you get to 100 knots, you can have all the pressure relieved, and then when you get to rotate, slowly pull back and then aim for the flight director. Aim for the green crosshairs on the flight director. When you get the positive rate of climb shown on your vertical speed, put your gear up. Beautiful. And just follow the flight directors on takeoff. Just point to that the green crosshairs there.
He's over here.
And if you guys want to hit P for pause when you get up, you can if you want to wait. So yeah, do the, I think the pro thing to do is the nose down until you get 100 knots. Heck yeah. We're doing it. So far, so good. Nice, some of you guys in the fly-by-wire. Yeah, the Neo is pretty cool because of the sharklets. The CEO version, like the Phoenix, has the wingtip fences instead on the 320. They're not as cool looking as the sharklets. Are the frames better? I mean, we're taking, I mean, maybe a little bit. I mean, we're right near downtown San Diego, so I don't know if you have like San Diego scenery or what, but anytime you're in an airliner, the frames kind of suck. Another one. Another one airborne. Yeah, no problem, mech. Yeah, this is new for me. I've never tried really to do like a live tutorial thing, so yeah, let me know how it's going, what I can do better, if it's too fast or too slow. Remember when you have your positive rate of climb, get the gear up. And when you look on your airspeed indicator, you'll trend toward the letter S in green. The S is the slats retraction, so that's flaps 1 and slats. So both the front and the back of the wing. The slats are on the front of the wing, the flaps are on the back of the wing. Both of those are extended when you're in flaps 1. So when you go to flap 0, above, when you're trending towards and getting close to the S speed.
We're all counting on you.
Thank you. That's when you put the flaps 1 up. Put flaps fully retracted. Yes. Yep, when you get a positive rate, hit that gear up. And then it'll flash at you on your PFD to let you know when to switch back into the climb detent. Pretty much after you're at 1,000 feet, AGL, so that's the green number at the bottom of your PFD. When you get to 1,000 feet, you'll want to turn your autopilot on, hit your AP1 button or hit your autopilot shortcut. And then watch your flaps after that and pull back to the climb detent. Nice, Crackerjack caught up. And if you guys want to just keep flying, it's fine. It should automatically be in navigation mode. It'll automatically do your climb. It'll automatically fly on nav mode because we have a SID. And we just put in our top cruise altitude, so you can just let it fly it for you, and I can catch up if you want with some time excel if I need it. All right, nice. I think that's everybody. I think Logan might be down here still. Or maybe that's a bug with people, yeah, I think it's with people's avatars. All right, so I'm gonna unpause here. Hopefully it doesn't wreck the plane. And at this point you should have flaps up, you should have gear up, you should have the thrust lever in climb detent, and it should say climb. And you should be climbing. Mine says TCAS standby. I forgot to put the TCAS on, so down here is where the TCAS is, where it says standby TARA. So I'm going to turn that over to TARA over here. And that should get rid of this message. Landing lights are still on, seatbelts, no smoking. So once you get up to, or you're nearing 10,000 feet, you'll want to turn the landing lights off. I'm going to go up and turn off the runway turn-off lights. Remember, the runway turn-off lights and the nose light are all in our gear, and our gear is up. So we should turn those off. There's no need for those anymore. And then let me see if there's any... Oh, look, they have some wing views. There's a couple wing views. They're a little close to the plane, but if you go up to your camera and then go to showcase and then fixed cameras, you can switch between all these external views. And when you're on the one that you like, look, they have some inside too. Nice. When you're on the one you like, you can close that and then just hit your drone camera button, and that'll swap you between these two views. All right, so I'm at 7,900 feet. Just in advance, I'm going to get the landing lights off before we get to 10,000. So we'll come up, turn them completely to the off and then retracted position. You want to pull them all the way off so the lights actually retract back here and tuck away underneath the wing. So they're not dragging us down any. All right, and then while you're flying, you can change your, or while you're flying, we can go ahead and just change our map. So I'm going to change mine to the arc map instead, so it looks in front of me. And then you can change your range right over here between the different range options. I just point at them and then use my mouse wheel to change them. So it looks like I got like off course almost a little bit, and it's trying to get back onto course. If you are off course and you want to go direct to a waypoint, all you have to do is go down here onto the MCDU, the MCDU, click the DIR button for direct to. So right here it says DIR, just click DIR. Find the waypoint you want. You can use the arrows to find it if you need to, up and down. Just click the line next to the one you want to go directly to. Oh, is this different? Where's the... Oh yeah, there's no activate button on this, huh? I guess you just click up here then. Oh, I haven't done it on the Neo. So you hit direct to and then you hit... I think you just hit line 1 again, I would guess. I guess I don't know how to do that, or I haven't done it in the Neo. So if I want to go direct echo, yeah, echo, and then I just click again. Yeah, now we're direct echo. On the Phoenix, you get an activate direct to button in the bottom right. Decline. I think it's derated climb. Are you in the 350, JT? I think I've only seen that in the 350. No barrel roll today? Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, declimb would be derated climb, but we didn't set any for that. I don't even know if the 320 has derated climb, does it? I think I've only ever seen climb. I think the 350 has derated climb. I've seen it in the 350. All right, and also once you're above 10,000 feet, you can turn the passenger seatbelt sign off if you want, or to the auto position, and that'll get her to the passenger one. And then mine still says TCAS standby. I'm not sure why. It's in TARA. It's set to auto mode over here. Does it want me to turn it to the on mode? Yeah, it should be gone. Maybe it's because it knows I don't have a squawk code in. Let me try putting in a fake squawk code. Nope, still says... Oh, there's an off and on button on this one. Oops. There we go. My bad. This is slightly different than the CEO, so... Slightly different than the Phoenix. Yeah, it has an on... I think maybe in the Phoenix this is either doesn't exist or it's in the on position automatically. That's why. Alright, so if you have that too, yeah, you have to click on here. Yeah, does the Phoenix have that knob? Alright, we're up above 18,000, so whenever you're above the transition altitude and it's time to switch to standard pressure, it'll be flashing here. In the US, it's 18,000 feet, so all we have to do is go to the QNH, to our baro knob right here, and right-click. Oh, sorry, middle-click. I'm using the lock interaction. If you're on the lock interaction, you have to point at it and middle-click to pull for standard. Right-click is to push. That will... It's weird how it's like the opposite. It's not really opposite, but anyway, middle click for standard, right click to define it yourself. Yeah, I'm not used to the middle click. With the legacy mode, all you do is point and see the little hand icon and left click. Or sorry, you point and get the down arrow and left click. That'll change it to standard by pulling it. Oh yeah, speed brakes, thanks. Yeah, it's not showing the message, is it? Oh, that's weird. The Phoenix usually says spoilers armed or something. This one does not. So we'll go down here. Yep, thanks, Sean. Disarm the speed brake, so we pull it down so the white is no longer showing. Yeah, I wonder if that's a bug that it doesn't show the warning for the speed brakes. I think it usually says like spoilers armed or something like that. And then if you want more clocks or you need your clock, the UTC time is over here. There's a elapsed timer down here that you can turn to the run position to get minutes and hours. And then there's a second chrono here if you need it. You can push this to start it. Push again to stop. And then there's a reset button. All right, now it's the cruise time. Should still show them on the A320. Yeah, I'm not sure why it doesn't show them on this. Maybe in the fly-by-wire you can see it. If you guys want to turn your lights off, so I see all these, all the backlighting here for all the controls. There's 3 spots. The first one is down here, where it says integral lighting. You can turn this to the off position to get rid of all those. That includes these over here. The ones up here behind the glare shields are a little weird to find. They're like under the glare shield right here. You can barely see the knobs. Here's one of them, and then here's the other one. I think it's the one on the left is the backlighting. Yeah, so if we move this one all the way to the left, it turns it off. The one on the right is the brightness for the LED displays. So it'll turn those on or off. And then up in the overhead, there's also more lighting. So if we go up there, these are all backlit. And the lighting control for that's right here. So you can pull this one down, get all those lights off. Maybe gain a couple FPS. I was still waiting for Beyond ATC to clear to take off. Oh, you're in the longitude? Oh, you'll be here in 5 minutes. You're thinking about Hot Dog Airlines? 2x option in the MFD. 2x in the MFD. I don't... Let's see where theirs is. They might not have one. We might just use the regular. We might just use the regular. It's either probably in the EFB or... Is it up here? Then we might just be able to use regular time acceleration. Yeah, I think maybe we just use regular time accel. Like usually those kind of things will be in the McDo menu. It's funny, it didn't let me do a init on the ground. I didn't do the init, so it's not going to think we have enough fuel. It says EFOB, it's all blanked out. Hopefully everything works, we'll see. So yeah, this will just take us up to flight level 380. So if you want to change altitudes, you just change the selected altitude over here. And there are 2 ways to change your altitude. One of them will abide by any constraints that are at the waypoint. So if you have like an arrival, a departure, an arrival, or an approach. So that's called managed descent. So if you push it, like I change it down here to 25,000 and then I push. I push by right clicking. It'll just say DES for descent. So that's managed descent, and that will follow any restrictions along the way. If you're using ATC and it just tells you to descend to an altitude that clear you all the way down, so you can bypass any constraints you have. You can instead pull the knob, so middle click. And that'll give you open descent instead. So that just means it's going to ignore any altitude constraints. It's just going to go straight down to that altitude. But I'm going to change this back up to 38. And then I'm going to pull it again. And the same is there for climb too. So right clicking will give you climb. and you get the dot and it says climb. Pulling on it will remove the dot and it says open climb. So yeah, I forgot the dot is basically whether it's in managed mode or open. So it's in 38,000, open climb, no dot. If I right click and we do regular climb, meaning it'll follow the restrictions if there are any. I don't think there are any more though. Then you get the dot there for the managed climb. TARA 321. It should be in the same spot. It should be right down here. In the 321. So make sure you set it to auto. I have mine set to auto, on, and then TARA. Let's see if I can get... Is there a camera down there? Shift 2. There we go. Yeah, so I have TARA. I have auto, on, and TARA over here. And then this here where it says like threat, all, above, and below. This is what traffic it's going to warn you about. So when you're climbing, generally you want it on above. I never change this really. But you would put it on above like when you're climbing to extend how far out it's looking for planes above you altitude-wise. And then below when you're descent. All is, I think, unrestricted. And then I think threat is just like close enough. Like actually a threat to you as opposed to all. And then if you guys need to change the brightness of any of the screens, those are these round looking knobs. So there's a PFD knob over here. The navigation display knob is over here. It says ND. These two middle ones here, the ECAM upper and lower, are these two knobs. Here and here. And then we already looked at the ones for the glare shield. All right, I should probably use double speed to make sure I'm in front of everybody. And then we already put in our arrival, and I did not put the approach in because it wasn't giving me the waypoint, but something we can do to look at our top of descent is just click the perf button. Right now, mine's still in climb. I might not even get... Am I going to get a TOD? It's not... It doesn't let me put in my initialization because I forgot after I restarted the flight, so I might not get a TOD. We'll see how it goes. Init B. Yeah, I missed it when I restarted. Oh, you can do it in the prog page? Oh. Prog. I have 380. Doesn't like me. Fuel pred. Oh, there we go. Yep. Ooh, nice, nice. Nice call. Yep, there it is. Beautiful. Thanks, dude. All right, Sean just taught us all if you forget to do your init on the ground like I did when I restarted, you can go to the fuel prediction page and put it in there. Heck yeah. Thanks, dude. All right, now it doesn't think that I'm going to run out of fuel. All right. Estimated fuel on board at our destination, 5,700 now. Another make good? Yes. Yeah, we got the Palestina. It's a tail dragger that you have to hand crank to start. Or like you just click a button, but yeah, it's like super old school. It's awesome. It doesn't even have flaps. It doesn't have flaps. I don't even think it has a battery. It's for ants, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty cool plane, actually. I loaded it up and just took off real quick and just to check it out, and it's pretty sweet. See, these are the views that are good. These are pretty good. They're like too zoomed in, I think. What did everyone think of the marketplace? I mean, it's only a positive thing. I mean, I don't know. I think even yesterday I was saying, I don't know what people are expecting on the marketplace launch. Like, we're not going to have like 500 things to buy. You know, the reality is that all the developers still need to make their stuff compatible. So, all right, I turned off my 2x mode. Now I'm a ways ahead here. But once you're up to 38,000, you should be able to go down and look at your perf page to see your top of descent. This is perfect, 129 miles out. So a good rule of thumb is when you're at 100 miles from your top of descent, that's when you start preparing for your descent, whenever you get to 100 miles. So you just hit performance. It's showing our cruise info here. Top of descent's right here. And what we need to do in a little bit, it's going to tell us to enter our destination data. And to do that, we need to hit this next phase button a couple times. Next phase does not like change the active phase of flight. We're just going to look at the different data for each phase. So if we keep hitting that a few times, we can get to approach. And then there's a bunch of info that we need to put in for the approach phase. And that's how our auto throttle is going to know what speed to maintain on final for us. Let's see what we have here. So I'm going to look. We had the ILS approach. I'm going to go to the charts just to get a little more info. So I'm going to go up to route. I have San Jose down here already, so I'm going to hit the info button. And then I'm going to go to the charts down here in this purple section because San Jose is pinned there. Go to charts. And then it doesn't look like there are any Lido charts available. So I'll click FAA. And nope, it's just that all the charts aren't available for me. Dude, every time I'm a couple hours. Every time I'm a couple hours in. Wait, what the heck? Why am I streaming? Oh. I'm streaming from both computers at the same time. Whoops. Hopefully this doesn't kill the YouTube stream. Oh. I'm streaming from both computers at the same time. Whoops. Hopefully this doesn't kill the YouTube stream. Is it still alive? Did that kill the YouTube stream or did it stay online? Looks like it stayed online. I was just wasting performance on my gaming PC because I have my laptop doing the stream. Oh yeah, it even warned me. I didn't even see it. More than one. Yeah, it says two streams are being sent to this stream. What's happening? All right. Oops. So yeah, it looks like my charts aren't working. So I just have to go off of what is in the database. So I'm going to go back to flight plan and click on my destination. I can get the weather though. So up here, I'll go to San Jose, weather. And so we'll look at our runways first and just see what's recommended. Runway 12 right. And if we click on this, it's 11,000 feet and we can see the ILS frequencies. So I think that'll be fine. So I'll just go arrival and I'll try this again. I tried it earlier. Oh, is it because I hit localizer 12 right? That might have been why. So we're supposed to land on, it said 30 left before, but now when I look at the weather here, it's showing me 12 right. That means we're going to have to turn around. And I think you guys set up, wait, you guys set up on 30 left, right? 30 left is going to be easier. So yeah, I'm going to do 30 left. I think that's what you guys did. So ILS 30 left. Yeah, look, it doesn't show me the stars. I don't understand. Let me double check my Simbri flight plan. 30 left. ILS 30 left. But there's no Silicon 6. See how it doesn't show me Silicon 6 as a star. It only shows me wrist and the Razor. So if I go here, 30 right. Yeah, it doesn't show it over here either.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take a moment to thank you for choosing Spirit Airlines, where we redefine open concept travel. Some of you may have noticed a slight breeze. That's because well, one of our doors has decided to part ways with the aircraft. Now, before anyone panics, let's focus on the positives. You all officially qualify for most immersive in-flight experience. And bonus, we just became the first airline to offer free skydiving lessons.
That's weird too. This one too, this Septons 1 or whatever it is for 30 left also isn't showing. Yeah, it doesn't like me. 30 left. Oh, now it's there. Wait, what? Now it's there. I don't understand. Wait, did I choose 30 right? That's probably my fault. I probably hit 30 right. Arrival. 30. Wait, that's an RNAV. 30 left. It's the second one. That's the only one I could have hit. Now it's there. Yeah, I don't understand. All right, Silicon 6 Trox. All right, I got it. I don't know what's happening. All right, let me make sure I don't have a discontinuity now. Nope, looks good. I'll go to flight plan and just review that. So we're gonna go to the plan view. I'm gonna go to like 20 miles or so and then just hit the up arrow and just make sure everything's connected. Scatter, Trox. Because I have constraints turned on up here at the top, we're seeing the altitude and speed constraints for each one of the waypoints. So we can see we have to be at 280 knots and between flight level 260 and 320, so 26 and 32,000 feet at that point. Okay, then I have Silicon, keeps going, and then it connects directly to our approach. Turns left, lined up with the runway. This looks like the final approach fix at high vac, 2,700 feet. So you don't have to like do that through the map to review it. I was just doing it to make sure because I changed the approach. But what you can do is just go down here, hit flight plan, and then scroll down and look for the altitude. So the altitudes are on the far right here, any altitude constraints. If they have an asterisk next to it like this, that means that it's going to be at that altitude when it's crossing that waypoint. If you see the ones without the asterisk, actually, where is it? Okay. Wait, HIVAC doesn't have an altitude. Okay, so that's just an estimate, or that's not a altitude that's defined in the approach. So Zolup 2700 is our last altitude here, and that's before the runway. So we see the runway here, and on the map we saw HIVAC and then the runway. So yeah, looks like Zolup is our last one. 2,700 feet. So when we're ready to descend, we'll just do it now. So I have 2,700 feet per mine. We're just going to put in 2,700, but we're not going to click anything yet. We're just going to prep it. So I'm just using my mouse wheel, or you can click and drag. And we need 2,700, so I'll put it at 3,000. Then we'll click the 100, 1,000 button to the 100's position. And then we'll move it down a few more to 20, to 27. I already forgot. 2,700. And then I'll hit flight plan to go back to our current waypoint. So we set it to 2,700. Unlike the Boeing, the Airbus does not start our descent automatically. So we'll wait until we get to our top of descent, which is in 70 miles, and then we'll start the descent. So just put in your bottom altitude here. You know, if we were using ATC, we do what they say, or we could prep like this, and then when we tell them we're ready for our descent, they might give us a different altitude, but ideally, they tell us to descend via the star, and then we go in and just find the last altitude for the star. In this case, we end at Trox. Or sorry, we start at Trox. It'd really be better to just look at the charts. But here we have Silicon 6. And then, yeah, I guess we end at 4,000 on the Silicon 6. All right, so we're just waiting for the top of descent. On the map, the top of descent looks like this down arrow that comes off of the green line and points down. So we can see it visibly here. And then as you're moving the range knob here, you'll see these rings here represent different mile markers. So this is nice to use them when we're on final. So when we're like 10 miles out, we'll make sure that we have like, have flaps 2 out, and then we'll put our gear, when we're at 5 miles, we'll make sure we're like fully configured. Probably just do everything really early to make sure we're all set. And then as you go in, you can get like 10 miles. So this turns to a 5 mile, 7.5, and then a 10 mile ring. Garmin has the star and the ILS. Kildy, straight in, 30 left. Yeah, that's what I have set up. My charts just aren't working. All right, so we're just waiting for our top of descent, and we can put in the arrival. There we go. So now it says check destination data. So what we're going to do is just use the METAR, and we're going to put in the data. So you can like look over here if you want. You can refresh. I don't really like going back and forth between this and the MCDU, the flight computer over here. So I'm just going to use the EFB instead, so we can put them side by side. So I'm just going to go look up the weather at San Jose. If you don't have a flight plan in here or anything, you can always go to the flight planner, just type KSJC, put in San Jose, click it, and then go to weather up here to get the METAR. So destination data, we go to the performance page and then click next phase until we get to the approach phase. So we see approach here. And now we're going to put this data in over here. I don't know the minimums for the approach either because I don't have the... Maybe I'll just use Sky Vector real quick. It's in ILS, so usually it's like 200 feet above the ground. But I don't know. I'll look at Sky Vector in a minute. So we'll put in the altimeter settings. So QNH. That's our altimeter, 2982. So we'll type 2982. Paste it in up here. Temperature is the one that is where the slash is. So 14/07. 14 is the temperature. 7 is the dew point. So we put 14 in for the temp. 14 right here. And then the wind, this one we can translate. So if you read a METAR, the winds here are in true heading, not magnetic heading. So we need to translate. Ideally, we translate the winds to magnetic heading. You can listen to the ATIS to get the magnetic direction of the winds as you would type them in here. Or you can look at the METAR and translate it. So the way to translate it, it's actually really easy. Go to runways, open up any runway, and it shows both the true and the magnetic direction of the runway. So we just look at what the difference between those is. So to change from true to magnetic, 139 to 126, it's minus 13. So 39 minus 13 is 26. So minus 13 is how we translate it in this case. This change is mattering where you are in the world. So you just look at the runway to get the difference. So minus 13. So we'll take 210 and subtract 13 from that to translate the wind direction from true to magnetic. So 210 minus 13 gives us what, 197? So we'll do 197 at 6. So 197, and it's showing here how we need to enter it. The direction slash and then the speed. So 197 slash and then how many knots? 06 knots, so 6. 197 slash 6, and then we plug that in up there. Just seeing if this one does it automatically or not. If you don't want to do that like translation and like from true to magnetic, you can instead go to frequencies and tune into the ATIS for the airport and listen to the winds. When you hear the winds, it's in, like on an ATIS or an AWOS, it's in magnetic direction. When you read the wind on the METAR, it's in true. So if you read it, well, I guess there are exceptions because of D-ATIS, but anyway, when you read the METAR, if you read it on the METAR, it's true. When you hear it, it's magnetic. If you read it, it must be true. But yeah, it with now like the D-Link ADIS stuff and like messaging through these, that stuff, the rule breaks down, I guess, because it would give you magnetic winds. Oh, 260 Barrow, thanks Versa. I kind of want to do that myself. I can't show you guys because we are, because my charts are broken, but you would go here to charts and go look up the approach chart for our runway. So since my EFB is broken, I'm just going to go get that from SimBrief, or sorry, from SkyVector instead, since we're in the US. So I'll just go to SkyVector airports. I'm going to type in San Jose, hit enter. Here's San Jose. I'm going to scroll down and find the chart. ILS 30 left, Cat 1 and 2. Oh, we can do the auto land with Cat 2, can't we? I think we can. I think we should just try the auto land for the first one. I did not have... Oh, step climb, sorry. You're not going to make it. It just keeps climbing and then autopilot turns off. Oh, no. It could be the configuration thing, like if you didn't put in the takeoff config and the initial weights. You did all the takeoff config. You should be able to do open climb or open descent, like change it to whatever the altitude is, and then right click on it for open climb or open descent. Okay, so the last thing we need to put in is the minimum, so we put that in over here as well. So we just look it up based on which approach we're flying. So we're doing ILS 30 left. So I'm looking it up in SkyVector. You can look it up in the EFB. Maybe I'll restart the sim after this. So I looked it up. This is the FAA version of the chart. This one has a Cat 2 approach. So if it doesn't say Cat 1 and 2, then it's... or Cat 3 or anything like that, and have different minimums like it does down here. See how it says Cat 2, radar altimeter, 97 feet. And then here it's a, oh, this one's abnormal. It's like SA, is it like special authorization or something? This says on the Cat 1 we can use our radar altimeter and go down as low as 147 feet. A lot of them will show Barrow minimums instead. But in this case, it's telling us we can use radar altimeter. That's height above the ground with our radar altimeter. Radio altimeter. You can use them interchangeably. So for me, I'm going to put in the Cat 2 minimums. RA 97. So I'll put in 97 for my radio. 97 radio minimums. Most of the ILS approaches you're going to get are going to, like, at a bigger airport, you'll get a Cat 2 and a Cat 3. Or ones like this, the SA. I think it's special authorization, so it's telling you use the radar altimeter instead. If it doesn't say that, it'll say just like straight in ILS and it'll just have a big number. That's the Barrow minimum, usually 200 above the ground. So in this case, it would be, what'd you say, 260? What's good about this being a Cat 2 is, though, we can do the auto land. So when we're on approach, we're just going to hit autopilot 2, and we're going to try the auto land out. If it's a Cat 2 or a Cat 3, you can do the auto land. I don't know the rules completely. I know when it's a Cat 3, that's like definitely an auto land. They're just different. They're different rules. I don't know what they are, but I'm pretty sure you can do an auto land with Cat 2 as well. The minimums will just be slightly higher than they are in the Cat 3. Cat 3 is like a no visibility auto land. Whereas I think the minimums are higher on a Cat 2. And then there's variations of them too, like a Cat 3 Alpha Bravo Charlie. I'm not using ATC on this one. I might use it for the next flight. All right, let's check our top of descent. It's coming up like right now. So I'm going to hit performance. Oh yeah, 0. All right, so it's time to hit this. I'm going to right click on the knob, or you'll want to push the knob to get descent. DES. If you hit the wrong one, if you like middle click, it'll say open descent. Or if you pull the knob, it'll say open descent. You want to do the opposite of that, so it says descent. So it'll follow all of our altitude constraints. If you do open descent, then it ignores the altitude constraints. So that's all we do to start the descent. We put in the bottom altitude. We ended up putting in the altitude all the way down to our final approach fix, which is shown over here. So over here on the chart, all the way down is 2,700 feet. 12 right. Yeah, we were already set up for 30 left, and it's only a 2-knot wind, so we left it. Just so we don't all have to reprogram it. Plus, we'd have to make fewer turns. It's just like we just make a left turn and we're lined up. All right, so if you guys flew the Boeing last week, in the Boeing, remember there was a bunch of stuff we had to do. We had to put in our nav1, nav2 frequencies for the ILS. We had to set our minimums using knobs up here. We already set the minimums down here. And we had to put in the final approach course up here. With the Airbus, we don't have to do any of that. Once we get close enough, we'll just hit the landing system button right here, LS. And then when you hit that, you'll see it shows the little deviation markers here for our localizer and for our glide slope. So we'll just turn on the landing system. We can verify that information though, so if we want to make sure it's got the right data in there for the approach, we go to the RAD nav page. It's RAD. So radio navigation page. Here you can see ISJC 1109 and course 306. If you compare that with your chart, you should see that same information. So 1109, 306, and the identifier is ISJC.
Sky condition. Few clouds at 1,700 foot. Few clouds.
I don't know, I'm getting that randomly. So that's where you can verify it's got the right ILS frequency in. And then in this case, we'll want to see if it has DME or not. And it does. So when I go down here, if you look where it says localizer up here, it says localizer, and the identifier is ISJC. So that's the identifier code of the localizer. You can see that again right here. ISJC is the localizer. There's also a VOR right on top of it that says San Jose VOR SJC without the I. If we look down here at the altitudes we're at and the distances and DME distances, see how it says ISJC? That's telling us that the DME distance to identify these waypoints, if we didn't have GPS, we'd identify these waypoints with DME. It's off the ISJC identifier, which is the localizer. If it just said SJC or something else, we would be using the VOR to get the DME information. That's how far we are from that navigation aid in miles. So 9.6 miles. So if our GPS failed, or, you know, we should, I think technically you should be using the DME to identify these points, but what? Autopilot off, what the heck? All right, autopilot on, I guess. Oh, did I move my stick? I might have moved my stick and disconnected the autopilot by accident. All right, well, it's back on. It's like, please no. Please no. Yeah, somehow the autopilot turned off. It might have been me, like, moving my camera with my stick. Oh, yeah, the heading is dead. You're right. Thank you. Hello? All right, we're just going to go direct to. So I'll go direct to Silicon, direct to Silicon, activate. Hello? Okay. Oh, the flight directors came off too. What the heck? What is going on today? Thank you. Oh my god. I don't have no idea what that happened. Let me see if it's my stick. No, it's not. Yeah, why did the whole autopilot turn off? I don't think it was me like, I'm moving my stick right now. Like, nothing is happening. Oh, now it turned off. Flight director stayed on though. So maybe I did bump it earlier and it turned off. Then we got into an overspeed scenario, so then it turned everything off. All right, we're good again. Thanks for the assist. Man, the sharklets are so nice. It makes me want to fly the fly-by-wire. Maybe we'll do fly-by-wire for the second. Oh no, I should just stick in this one actually. Maybe next time. Now, I'm not sure if the rules are different in an Airbus compared to the Boeing, but in the Boeing, whenever you're going through visible moisture, rain, snow, whatever, clouds, IMC, and your total air temp is under positive 10, you turn anti-ice on. I don't know if the rules are the same, but I'll probably just follow those for now. Could even be like a company policy thing, I'm not sure, but... 320 or the max? Oh, the 320 is easier in almost every way. I like them both. Like, I think I like the Boeings better, probably just because I know that they're, like, more challenging. But, I mean, the Airbus is just so automated. It's awesome. The thing I like about the Boeing, as far as the sim goes, is I don't have throttle detents. And I can... It's been annoying sometimes using the throttle detents. And especially if they're, like, asymmetrical and I have to, like, figure it out. Like, and move one slightly more than the other or something. Sometimes it's a little weird, or like the click and like the zone where it like catches it in the D10 is not big enough, or like in this case, I don't think you can change it in this plane. Fuel, wing, tank, low level. What? How? All right, well, wait, it's fine now. What the? Hey, what is happening? Normal. What the heck was that? Oh, it's transferring. Okay. You get that warning almost every time? Weird. That freaked me out. I was like, I don't have enough fuel? What? Because fuel prediction said we had like 5,000 pounds when we get there. The bottom of the flight plan, 505. Below, how is that below minimum? Is that 5,500 pounds? Dude, that seems like a lot. You guys that are getting closer over there, when you get close to the final approach course, like just click the LS button here, and then click the localizer button to arm the localizer. Here, let me catch up a little. I'm going to go to 2x speed and catch up. I don't think this has a landing performance calculator, right? There's just a takeoff calculator. With a landing performance calculator, it'll tell you what auto brakes to use. But we'll just go ahead and just hit medium auto brakes over here. So everybody can go over, hit medium auto brakes. It's like an 11,000 foot runway. I think we can probably use low. Medium's just safe. Whatever, I'll just hit medium. And then down here, you're going to want to arm your speed brake, your spoilers. So pull this back to the up position. And then once we get below 10,000, we'll do our lights. When we get below 18,000, we'll do the altimeter. The altimeter we got from the METAR over here. Just look at that again. It was 2982. So sometimes I like to use the backup here and put in 2982 here. And then when I get low enough, we'll switch. So we're at 18,000 now. So we'll go ahead and push this. If you use the lock style, you right click it to push it in. If you use the legacy style, you point up, get the up arrow and push it to switch it back. And then change it to 2982. This plane's haunted too. I had no idea it also had the WASM bug. That's crazy. Yeah, I was not expecting that. I was like, oh, this plane's been out a while. It's in Flight Sim 2020. This will be good. Everybody has it. I'm sure it's fine. The 350 is new. That's why it has problems. Whoops. The next thing is when we get to 10,000, we'll turn our landing lights back on, seatbelt signs on. Remember the runway turnoff lights and the nose light are in the gear. So until we get our gear down, those are kind of useless. And I'm just going to go here and refresh the METAR by going to any other airport, looking at its weather, then going back to San Jose, and then looking at the weather again. All right, yeah, still 2982. Winds are 210 at 6. It still prefers another runway, so we're going to have a 2-knot tailwind. It's not a big deal. It's an 11,000 foot runway. And the ILS is in there right there, 110.9er, which we checked down here on the radio nav page. 110.9er matches. And then you can see the course is set to the magnetic course of the runway, 306. All right, we're almost at 10,000. We're going through clouds, so I'm going to turn on our engine anti-ice right here. And why not? I'll turn on the wing. So the anti-ice is just right here above the lights. You can just turn on all three of those. When it's below positive 10, that's good. It's positive 7, so it's not bad. We're going to get through this pretty fast. And then 10,000 feet. At 10,000 feet, I'm going to get the seatbelt sign on, and we're just going to get the landing lights back on. And we're out of the clouds, so I'm going to get the anti-ice back off. All right, once we get below 10,000, the plane should be getting us under 250 knots. It's looking like it's having trouble doing it, and we're not on our profile anymore. This green dot means we're not on the profile. Speed limit exceeded, so I'm going to give it speed brakes to slow us down. I'm going to pull the spoilers all the way out here so we can slow down and descend faster because I'm too high. And we'll go ahead and zoom the map in again. So if you look here, this green dot that's here, this is our VNav profile. So if you've flown like the Garmin, there's like a magenta arrow. The green dot here is our version of the vertical profile. I think it's pretty often I need to use speed brakes and airliners on the descent, like the Airbus and the 737, like all of them, like it's pretty often I have to use speed brakes. So we're breaking the law with this speed right now. When we get to the point for flaps and everything, all of your flaps speeds are right over here. So we got our flaps. 1 is 230. 1 plus F is 215. It does the F part automatically when it's in 1, I believe. And then flaps 2 is 200. 3 is 185. Full is 177. It'll show those flap speeds on the airspeed indicator as well. All right, so now I'm catching up to the dot here. Catching up. And zooming the map in again so we can see the detail here. Pretty much just shooting the approach automatically. Or just shooting the approach instantly. We'll try ATC another time. So since we're getting close to that final turn, I'm going to turn on landing system here, LS. It's going to reveal all the magenta stuff here. So there's the glide slope. The localizer's off to the right. Here's the DME for the localizer, 20 miles out. So I'm going to go ahead and hit localizer because we're going to intercept the localizer first when we make this turn. And the glide slope is above us, which is what we want, and we're on VNav profile. So I'm going to go ahead and get the speed brake back out since we caught up to the VNav profile. Pull it up so it is armed. Okay, and our speed is good to, well, we're under 250. We need to slow down a lot, but thrust is still idle. And next we should see Loc Star. That's when it's capturing the localizer. And then we'll see Loc in green, which means we're tracking the localizer. And then we'll hit our approach button way over here, and that'll get it ready to grab the glide slope. Okay, there's Loc Star. So we're intercepting the localizer. There's the runway. I'm going to go ahead and hit the approach button up here. Now we got Cat 3 single. We got our minimum shown, and the glide slope is above. I'm just going to go over here, and we're going to try the auto land because it's a Cat 2. I'm going to hit autopilot 2. So we get both autopilots turned on and approach mode turned on. Now it says Cat 3 dual because we're using both autopilot systems. Auto 1 and 2 are on at the same time. Still descending down to our final altitude, 2,700. Should be slower than like 240 knots right now. Okay, now it's slowing us down. If it's still overspeeding, just like pull your spoilers out, pull the speed brakes out. All right, and we got our mileage here and over here. So if we zoom in enough, high vac is coming up. We don't see the runway yet. I can move it out a little to see the runway. There's the runway. So the runway is almost at the 10-mile mark. And over here, if you see these little, there's a little orange double line here where the white one is. When you see that double line, that's where you can put your next flaps out. So I'm going to put flaps 1 down. Glide slope's coming in. This next one is flaps 2. See the little orange? I just passed the orange so I can get flaps 2 and gear. Okay, so I got flaps 2 down, gear coming out. We're already on the glide slope. I'm a little late, but see this little double orange thing? That's the maximum flap extended speed for the next notch of flaps. So now I can put flaps 3 down. So as long as you're below that double little orange thing, or you can look over for your flap speeds over here. Okay, so now we got the little orange dots again, so I'm just going to get full flaps.
2,500.
I'm just going to get it all out super early. I think a lot of people wait until they're like 5 miles out to get their full flaps out, but we're like 7 or 8 miles out. And we're just going to try the auto land. So with the auto land, it's going to show the rollout and flare. It's going to flare for us automatically. We have auto brakes on. It's going to do that automatically. Pretty much we're just waiting for it to say retard to pull the throttle to idle. So we'll wait, it'll say like 20, 10. It'll tell us to pull it idle. Oh, cabin check. We get our landing checklist here as well. So if there's anything you haven't done, it'll bring it in over here. Approach phase. You can do it automatically. I probably should have just to slow down sooner. But I don't know the logic of when it does it exactly. But it will activate it eventually, but if you want to do it early, you can go down and hit activate approach phase down there. All right, so the gear is down and everything, so I'm going to get the turn-off lights on, and assuming we got clear to land, I'll get the nose light to the takeoff position. And then over here we see flaps are full, slats are out, flaps are full. Landing gear is down with 3 greens. We got both autopilots on for the auto land. We got our medium auto brakes on. We can probably do low auto brakes. And if we want for the go around, since we're on the glide slope, we can set it. The go around is climb to 1900, it looks like. So I can set 1900 over here. Butter the bread. Well, I got auto land on, so... if you don't want to do the auto land, so you can like leave the auto land on, like I have it here. Autopilot 1 and 2 are on. If you don't want to do the auto land, you can disconnect the autopilot and you leave auto throttle on. You can do an auto throttle on landing. And the cool thing about the Airbus is it's like got a full fly-by-wire auto trim system. So wherever you are aimed, it just holds it there. So think of your stick like more like trim than it is like a primary flight control. Like, if you bank left and let go, it'll stay in the bank. If you bank right and let go, it stays in the bank. So you just need to make little tiny adjustments. So if you see that your the glide slope's above you, you pull nose up just a tiny bit and just let go of the stick. So you just make little tiny adjustments and keep the stick returning back to neutral. Because as you're moving the stick, it's adjusting more and more and more. So you want to just make little inputs. So you're like, push a little nose down and let go. Push a little nose down and let go. Push the stick a little to the right and let go. Because it's going to hold you in that position each time automatically. You don't have to keep using the stick.
300.
It's not like fighting it as much like with a Boeing. All right, so it says land here for the auto land. I got my hand on the throttle ready to pull it back and ready on the rudder pedals to hold the center line. I'm going to see if it'll hold the center line. I think it might need a Cat 3 for that. We'll see what it does. We're just waiting to pull the throttles to idle when it says to.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 10.
All right, right there. Pull it to idle.
Retard.
Okay, it says rollout. We'll see if it holds the center line. I think it matters the plane and the category of the approach, I think. Yep, so we got rollout. It is doing the auto braking for us automatically. Oh, kind of stopped the rollout there. And as you get slower, just tap your brakes to take control. And then I'll silence that warning. Quiet. All right, just hit autopilot off a second time. So yeah, when you tap the brakes, that'll disable the auto braking. and then you can just turn off the runway. Oh yeah, Sean says it activates when you hit the decel point. Yep. Yeah, I feel like I fly the Boeing so much more. Alright, so I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get the flaps all the way up. Gonna pull the speed brake, disarm the speed brake, put the parking brake on, and then I'm gonna get the landing lights off, and the runway turn-off lights off, and the nose light back to taxi. Yeah, I feel like I'm more confident in the Boeing probably, but hand landing is still so much better in the Airbus for me. It's just so much easier. This is a part where I see if I've failed or not. How many people get down on the ground that haven't flown it before? You feel the aircraft more in the Boeing? Yeah. Yeah, doesn't the Airbus not even have any, like... There's no, like, physical feedback on the stick, right? I think it's an intentional thing, right? They made it so, like, the pilots have to rely on the instruments more than, like, what they feel. It's what they see on the instruments or something like that. What's up, Cam? Yeah, so if you guys want to... If you don't want to do the auto land, just turn off the autopilot when you're on final. And remember with the Airbus, it's more like you're trimming than you're just moving the primary flight control, like the primary flight surfaces. Think of your stick as a trim control. So every time you move the nose forward or down a little bit, it'll stay where you leave it. So generally you want to just push a little and then let go. Push a little and then let go. Same with the roll. It's the same way. But you can just leave the auto throttle on until it says retard, and then you can pull it back to idle. It'll be under 20 feet. It'll say like 30, 20, and then tell you to pull it back. Then you just pull it back. Hold the center line with your rudder pedals as usual. And when you get slowed down, what is the auto brake? I think it's like under 60 knots. Tap your brakes and then do manual braking. And if you have that nose wheel turned on, you need the nose wheel when you get to lower speeds, because without enough speed, your rudders aren't going to help you. But yeah, you can just keep the auto throttle on until you touch down. And then when you pull the throttle back, and then you already turned the autopilot off and left the auto throttle on, but yeah, that's pretty much it. You turn the autopilot off, pull the throttle to idle when it tells you to, hold the center line, and I think it's under 60 knots, tap the brakes to turn the auto braking off, and then brake the rest yourself. Use a combination of your rudders, and when you get slower, your nose wheel steering, if you separated it, to stay on the center line and then exit to the taxiway. Uh-oh. Speeve is crabbed. He's going down. Oh no, I messed up. What have I done? I wonder how the speed got that low. He's on the ground. He's good. Was the auto throttle on? Good feet per minute landing on the Airbus. I think normally you look at like, is it the G-force? You want it to be like under like, what's a hard landing? Like 1.4, I think, is considered like hard in G's. And then I think in feet per minute, you want it like under 300. I don't know what my landing rate is. Oh, did I track this flight? Oh, I did track the flight. What did I get? I mean, I use the auto land. Typically, an auto land is going to be a harder landing than a manual landing. Review your flight. Mine is 401 feet per minute, 1.02 Gs. Under 200? I don't know. I'd have to Google it. I don't know offhand. I'm not like, clearly not like 100% on the airliners. I know enough to get to where I'm going. Help you guys get there, but yeah, I'm not super detailed on them. Oh, versus in the max. It's showing the generic though. Why isn't it showing a generic max? Oh, Speev's coming back. He's got it in full manual mode. All right, here comes Austin. 1.2 G minus 400. You don't trust machines to do auto? Yeah, it's just fun to try the auto. I mean, unless you need it, you'll do it manually. All right, we're like mostly successful so far. Yeah, there's a lot of us. This is fun getting there first and watching everybody land. Like, I feel like a lot of the time I land and most people are down already because I've messed up in flight and I'm slower. Cool, they simulated wake. Oh, no, it wouldn't. Well, if you could turn it off, sure, yeah. If you could turn it off, that'd be cool. Yeah, they would have... The only way they could do it is if they had an option to disable it. So it could be people could just troll so hard. Just flying over the threshold over and over, going like Mach 1. Parallel landings. What's up, Leonardo? Just got done working for the man, spawning in. Nice. Yeah, I'll do another one. Ooh, look how smooth all these are looking. Big ultra flare. Ooh, that's tail strike. The ultra flare. Hey, he's on the ground. Sparking, but it counts. All right, here comes migraine. A380. It's replacing it with what? It says A380. I don't know what it's replacing it with. FSLTL 788. I swear, having FSLTL, the planes don't match as well. Oh, you're in the F-22. I was so confused. I was like, whoa, what's going on there? Oh, you're in the F-22. Got it. I am on high traffic, yeah. I mean, yeah, it seems like FSLTL with high traffic. If I have FSLTL on high traffic sucks, and if I have FSLTL uninstalled, it does a pretty good job with the Microsoft stuff with the model matching in multiplayer. Hold on. Ooh, squirrel's coming down. Tamer squirrel. In the Neo. Another plane on the ground. I mean, we almost got everybody here alive. It says Johnny's in a TBM. All right, I see Jewel up there still. Jewel's in the A350-900 coming in to kill my frames. That's why he wanted me to put it on Ultra. You bought a plane from the marketplace, King Air with 2 engines. The C90? You were flying in the 787 all day, hoping the... Oh, the 9 and the 8 work now? Why would they work now? Did the mod makers make a 24 update for them? What's up, Cat? Yeah, twin engine, not... Oh, you're not in the sim? Yeah, if it was the King Air... Is the 310 in the deluxe? I gotta refresh my memory on the additions again. There's so many planes to keep track of now. Wait, the 310... I thought the King Air... Is it in deluxe, maybe? So there's a C90 is in Premium Deluxe. Isn't the 350i in the base game? Oh, it's under B. What am I doing? Boeing. Beechcraft Bonanza. Yeah, it is. 310, the 310i is in the base game. Okay, I think we're all down. So, yeah, we got the landing lights off. We'll turn the strobe light off. You could use auto strobe light if you want. I think that just keeps the... Does it just turn the strobe light off when you touch down, I think? Anyway, if you're doing a career mode app or something, it's better to be explicit. Use it in the on and off positions. And then if it's at this point after you vacate the runway where if you're going to take off again from this exact airport, what you would do is get your APU on and start it again. So you would hit master switch and then on to get the APU going. So when you get to the gate, you'd shut down your main engines and the APU would keep the electrical power going. Or you could just reconnect the GPU. But all right, let's get the parking brake off. Your flap should be up. Spoilers are disarmed again, so you push it down so the white is not showing. And then we would, get our taxi instructions and go to the gate. Once we're at the gate, we're just gonna literally just turn off the engines, turn off the lights, then turn off the engines. I actually don't know the true shutdown process for any of the planes, so I need to pull out a checklist. Any of the airliners. Usually I just do enough to get the career mode app I'm using to trigger that it's completed. If you're doing a pilot's life, one of the important ones is to turn off the taxi light before you turn the engines off. All right, so we'll just hit parking brake. If you're doing a pilot's life, well, if you had the APU on and it said available, you would then hit APU bleed. And then after that, you could turn the engines off. And then if you're using a pilot's life, you want to make sure you get that you get the taxi light turned off so you don't get dinged for that. But you just go down and hit both the engine switches down here. Engine 1, engine 2. Let them shut down, and then we can turn off the beacon and the passengers' signs. Seatbelts, beacon, and then the APU would be taking over at this point because we turned the bleed on. And then I'm just going to turn the batteries off. There's probably a lot more you need to do, but that's usually enough to get credit in a career mode app. And yeah, I assume when we get these available in the built-in career mode, just shutting the engines off is probably enough. What's up, Dan? No, we didn't crash cam. Brazil update looks like it improved jungles of Peru, Bolivia, and the Amazon basin. Bush trip's gonna be epic. Oh my god. Yeah, that's such good timing. Heck yeah. Alright, I think we should do another one. I guess I'll do it in the iniBuilds again. I don't know, I guess we could switch to the fly-by-wire. I don't know if people want to do the fly-by-wire, do another in the iniBuilds. Any opinions? You want to switch to the fly-by-wire? You guys that don't have it installed would, I should probably stick in this, just in case somebody doesn't have the fly-by-wire installed. Oh yeah, I should restart my sim to get the charts. Yep, good call. Yeah, I'll do that. Restarting the sim. Oh, you got the G58. Oh, okay, yeah. The Baron. I forgot that's in Deluxe. Yeah, and then in Premium Deluxe, there's a new King Air. It's the C90. All right, restarting the sim. Managed to land it right side up. Nice. Yeah, the Baron's cool. It's funny. My least flown planes are probably the Bonanza and the Baron. You ordered your yoke. It'll be there on Thursday. Nice. Wait, what did you order, Cracker? I got my damper in for my Virpil pedals. It took like whatever 3.5 months or 4 months, whatever it was, but I got those. So they have some push to them now. I got put a little muscle into them finally. It's pretty nice. I don't know if I like the upgrade or not. Like it feels good to push them, but at the same time, it doesn't like perfectly return to center because of the added damping or the damper now being on it. So it's nice and it's adjustable. It's kind of like a pros and cons thing, but they feel nice to push now. It takes a little more effort, but it feels like really nice and smooth. What, PC12? Actually, nowadays, if you're doing the career mode, now you can do, instead of PC12, oh, save for citation. I see. Yeah. Yeah, you could now do this. You could get the citation and then do the CJ4 missions to get the 737. Though I don't have the 737 yet. You're gonna rebuy the 172 in career. Any tips for a second round of Pilot's Life? I mean, in a Pilot's Life, you can start with your 737 or your A320. All right, I'll just fly the iniBuilds again. We'll see if we'll see how it goes. Let's see, where do we want to fly? Random flight generator. Let's do the same thing. Maybe we just stick in the US. I guess we could, I don't know. We got the sim update today with Brazil. Maybe we should fly somewhere at one of the new airports. Departure, there's SBRJ. Do you guys know any of those airports that are added? Is that Rio? Is that Rio? SBRJ? There's only one flight. It's under 2 hours. It's an hour and 10 minutes. I guess I could put in like A320. Maybe there just aren't many Neo flights. Maybe not. What's up, JJ? I upgraded yoke pedal to a new brand. I don't have any sponsors, zero. I don't know if you're talking to me, JJ, but yeah, I slowly went over to the Virpil stuff because I had the Airbus side stick for a while, and then I switched to the Virpil side stick and a Virpil throttle. And then since I had Virpil, I had the crosswinds for my rudder pedals, and then I switched to, I just am all Virpil now. It's nice. No sponsorship. I have zero sponsorships. Nobody. Not a one. I pay for it all. The only paid things I've ever gotten were codes to give away for On-Air Company and codes for Beyond ATC. That's it. Not for me. I don't know where to fly. I guess I'll just pick another random one. I don't know if you guys care where we fly. It'd be nice to fly into somewhere in Brazil. Like, I'm putting in these airport codes, but there aren't too many real world routes that it's finding. I mean, here's one. Hour and 40 minutes. What's SBSP? That's not on the list. I wish two of the ones in the list. Oh, really short runways at SBRJ. I guess I could look them up here. I'd have to look up each one. I mean, we'll just take off from one of the airports that's in the list and fly wherever. Like this one says SBFI. There's 2 airlines that fly to SBSP from there. Few clouds at 800. Maybe we should skip that one. Or we could do the opposite. I think it's generally better to leave from the airport you want to see. Santos Dumont which one is that? What's the code? SBSN? SBBE to SBSN? Just trying to find which one of these would work. SBGL. Oh, SBRJ is Rio, just not the main airport. Yeah, the only one they have is only an hour and 10 minutes. It seems pretty short. SBGL is not one of the updated airports. Here's the list of the it's like SYKA. This is the list of the new handcrafted airports we all got today in the sim update, or the world update. Is 24 running better now? I mean, it just matters what you're running in it. If you're flying an airliner with tons of injected beyond ATC traffic with FSLTL and multiplayer on, and Volanta running, and you know, the more things you add, the worse it runs. So it's just like 2020 in terms of performance. I mean, basically, if you can run 2020, you can run 2024. It's the same challenges though. You need to, if you want high FPS, you have to limit. Something's got to be limited, you know. Graphic settings, resolution, multiplayer planes, injected traffic, texture detail, terrain level of detail, you know, all that stuff. All right, well, I don't think anybody knows which one we want to fly from, so I'm just going to pick one. I just want one that has like an hour-and-a-half flight available. SBSN maybe? Oh, this one's perfect. All right, let's just do this one. Yeah, auto FPS is a really good idea in general. Like always. We'll just do this one. SBSN, so we can see this airport. This was one of the handcrafted airports in the world update. If you guys are just joining and you did not get the world update yet, you have to go into the marketplace, click on the world button, and then click the button to like activate the world update or whatever, acquire it, whatever it says, get. All right, looks like we got limited. Oh no, we got a, okay, we got a bunch of ramps and a couple gates. I'm just gonna go to the gate way over here. Flight conditions, custom, all players, live weather, and then morning time. All right, I'm gonna stay in the iniBuilds 320. Oh, did you forget to put the gear up until 8,000 feet? Yes, I did. Yeah, YouTube can be annoying with the rewind thing. It's pretty often that people will get like held back and not realize that they're not in live. Even if you just leave the app and come back in, then it'll resume it from where you were before. It's like, all right, SBSN to SBEE, SBBE. You're going to invest into flight sim equipment. What do I recommend? You're on PC, Papa? I mean, how much do you want to spend? That's always the question. Do you have a budget? Do you want to spend $300 per thing or, you know, $100 per thing? If you want to spend $300, then get Verpal everything, in my opinion. It also matters what kind of planes you fly. Like some people want more more knobs and levers and stuff. My setup's pretty minimal. Some people really want a yoke. I like a side stick mounted on the desk. Some people want a yoke. And you could check out WinWing as well. WinWing is cheaper stuff, but it's supposed to be really good. I haven't used WinWing myself. People just say it's really good. But like their flight stick, the Ursa or whatever, is like $80 or $90. Airbus, yeah, the Airbus, the Thrustmaster Airbus thing, it's okay. I would say like the stick is, I don't know, it's not the best. Like I've heard the Wing stick is a lot better than the Airbus stick, but the Airbus throttle seems good because it has like the detents and the expansion part and everything. I feel like if I was gonna buy stuff again the first time, I would get the Wing stick if I wanted like a starter one. The Wing Ursa Minor stick, but the Airbus throttle because of the detents and everything, and it's still pretty affordable. I would probably do that. Rudder pedals, I would not get any of the Cytec or Logitech stuff at all because I owned those, and the bump in it, the pressure required to start pushing them is way too much. I think it's better to save the money and get something better than that. Like get VKB, get MFG, get Virpil, those kind of things. There's a lot of options, Papamo. So it just really depends on your budget, and it really depends on what you want, because you could get the expensive Thrustmaster Boeing yoke that looks really nice. I've never used it, but the quality looks really good. I like a side stick, but some people want a yoke. The honeycomb stuff is still really good. It's really hard to just tell somebody what to get because there's so many questions. Like, do you want to have to detach the yoke every day because you use your desk for work? That's when I would consider a side stick. You can probably just leave it there, or it's really easy to just take it off the desk. With the throttle, it matters what you're flying. Like for me, the little throttle from Virpil makes sense because it's kind of compact. It's got 4 axes, but some people want the Honeycomb Bravo because it has 6 axes. You can swap out the handles easily. You can set it for GA or airliners or a business jet. You can set up for a 747, you know. It's got a lot more configuration options, but it's way bigger and takes up more space, you know. But I would definitely consider Wing for your first stick if you want a budget first stick that people say is really good. I would get that over the TCA side stick. I used the TCA side stick for a couple years before I upgraded to Virpil. And I just take people's word for it on the Wing stuff. It seems to be really popular. People have said it's better than the Airbus side stick. So in this chat, so. All right, got the engine covers off and the chocks are removed. We'll hop in. Hopefully my charts work this time. We'll go a little bit faster than last time. You'd likely do a side stick for the ease of removal. Yeah. It's really nice if you can mount the stick too. So that's why I went from the TCA side stick to the Virpil with a mount. So I just keep them attached permanently. It's nice. TCA captain built a flight chair. Yeah, when you use something nicer than the TCA stick, it's hard to go back. It's hard to recommend the TCA side stick because I know how much pressure it takes to use it. It's not bad. It's just not amazing, and people have been saying the Wing stick is really nice. So yeah, no problem, Pop. Logitech racing pedals on Xbox, it doesn't work. Okay, let's get this thing going. I'm gonna go to Simbri first. Make the new flight. We're gonna go NKS. You don't have to put in a flight number if you're not using ATC. I guess I'll use ATC this time, just so we can get one with and one without. All right, so we're departing from SBSN, Sierra Bravo Sierra November. And then SBBE, so Sierra Bravo Bravo Echo. I'm in the Neo, so I'm choosing A20N. And then it has the airframe here for the V2, so I'll just pick that. And then I'm saving everything here. I'm in pounds. And we're just going to take whatever they gave us for the route and hit generate. All right, I'm going to go to Beyond ATC and get that imported.
Beyond ATC connected.
Whoa. Come on, Windows. All right, we're Spirit 323. All right, let's go to the overhead panel and do all the button pressing here. So first thing is battery 1. And we see the battery 2 switches off. Battery 2. External power on. Okay, now we're going to extinguish all the... Actually, we'll start top left. So we'll go nav, nav, nav. And then the white lights, so crew supply. The fuel pump lights, all those on. And then our lights down. Whoa, what the heck? Nav and logo to 1. I like to just turn the strobe light to auto right away. And then we'll get seatbelts auto. I'm just going to do auto, auto. And then emergency exit lights armed. Left or right stick? I like a left stick because if you're pilot flying, if you're left seat, you're going to be left stick or left hand on the yoke most of the time. Unless you're flying like tail draggers, where the throttle's along like the left side of the window or whatever, the left side of the fuselage. Generally, your throttle's going to be on your right hand and your stick's going to be on your left hand. Also, with simming, unless you're left-handed, you're going to have your mouse hand on the right. So being able to fly while using your mouse and clicking stuff is really nice. So I personally think a left stick is better. If you are right-handed, so you use a mouse left-handed, I think a right stick would be better. Or if you want to pretend like you're right seat flying, right stick, left throttle, then you could do that. But in general, I think left stick is more realistic. But that doesn't really matter. It's more about your handedness. And if you don't plan on flying in real life, then it really, really doesn't matter. But for me, I like the mouse in the right hand, stick in the left hand. And I don't like a yoke just because I don't want to have to attach and detach something every day. All right, let's go to the EFB and get this imported. So we'll hit SimBrief in the top right. It's got our 2 airports there. Yeah, let me get the route and put it in the chat. All right, there's our route in the chat. We're gonna go to 39,000 feet, it looks like. But I'm gonna use ATC this time. If you guys don't want to use ATC, like, you can just put in your cruise altitude. I'm gonna put in whatever they tell me for the departure. And it looks like we have a departure procedure and an arrival procedure again. So we have a SID and a star because we can see runway 28, then it says the Mumda 1 Alpha. So that's a departure. E makes the transition, then direct to a waypoint. Then we're on an airway called the UZ81. And then we'll be the Simu 1 Alpha arrival, and then runway 6. So we got all the parts to put in again. So up here, I'm just going to get the plane loaded up. So I'm going to go to Payload, hit the SimBrief button again. That pulls in our weight and our fuel. I'm going to hit Apply, and I'm just going to do Instant. As you can guess, what happens when you don't do Instant is the plane loads up, but it takes longer. Okay, and then we're going to go do our flight plan. So we're going to hit, I set mine to Shift F3, my third camera. We're going to go down here, clear these messages. And I think it's just weird in the Neo, right? With Atsu, I guess we go into here, Atsu, ATC, status. Maybe we don't need to do this. Yeah, I think we can skip this. It seems kind of optional. Anyway, we're just going to go to init. Init and then init request. Okay, so we're just going to compare this. We got cost index 12. Last time was a 5, so we got a 12 this time. If you want to just go all out, you can put in like 200. The wind gets pulled in automatically, and then we got the right airport codes. So SBSN, SBBE. And remember, this has 2 pages to it, so we're going to hit the right button, and we need to put in init page 2. All we have to do is click these 2 buttons to do it automatically. So we can just click here, and then click here. And if we want, we can look over here. 0 fuel weight, 1198. That matches. Lock fuel, 12.6. It's rounded up 12.7, so that's good. Okay, now we'll clear again. Now let's go look at our flight plan. This is the point where I'm going to call ATC because I don't want to put in too much flight-related info about like our route because they might change it. So I'm going to call up ATC right now with Beyond ATC and see and get our clearance. If you want to use the built-in ATC, you can. Just go to the top and click here. Like the thing you have to do though is you need to get your flight plan into the built-in flight planner first. So you'd have to go to Flight Planner app and then route. It doesn't take that long to do it manually. So you can go in up here and type in, you know, SBSN, type in the arrival, SBBE, choose runway 28 and 6, yep. Departure procedure, MUMDA 1, EMake, you know, and then arrival. So you could do this and then file the flight plan. So if you're using SimBrief though, and you want to use the in-game ATC, you go over here to SimBrief. If you hit import route, I haven't tried it with this plane yet, so we'll see what it does with the avionics. Import route from SimBrief will try to put it in the avionics of the plane, and it will put it in the Flight Planner app as well. So I'm going to hit it and just see what it does. I don't know if it's going to do anything with this. In airliners, it usually doesn't. So yeah, it says importing, and it's done. I don't think it changed anything. I mean, we're going to change it ourselves anyway. But what it does do is, if you go to Flight Planner, you'll see it brought all the waypoints along. So then you can hit File Plan with ATC, and that will let the ATC know what you're going to do. So now I can go to ground, request IFR clearance for the instrument flight plan, and do it this way, instead of beyond ATC. Oh, sorry, that's still up.
Couch Tree 23 is cleared to Berlin Airport.
So there's our clearance through the in-game ATC. So if you want, you can do this if you don't have Beyond ATC or any ATC and you want to get started with ATC. Just use the communication window there. So that's how you do that. So I'm going to just close it and ignore it. I'm going to go to settings and turn the sound of all those voices to 0. And then just close that window because I'm going to use Beyond ATC. So on Beyond ATC, I'm going to request IFR clearance. We're going to let the co-pilot do the talking.
Spirit 323, request IFR clearance to Val d'Issays.
Spirit 323, Sebastian ground, expect runway 28, MUMDA 1 Alpha departure with the EMake transition. Initial climb to flight level 060, squawk 2662.
MUMDA 1 Alpha departure with the EMake transition. Squawk 2662.
All right.
Spirit 323.
Squawk 2662, so we put in our transponder.
323, read back correct. Call me back when ready for pushback or engine start.
Auto, and I guess I have to turn it on this one.
Spirit 323.
Leave TARA off for now. So we got the squawk code in, and in the clearance he said we got the MUMDA 1 departure. So all he said is call back when ready for pushback. So we're good with Beyond ATC for now. Let's go ahead and get the flight plan in. Like, I don't know the best time to start the APU, but like, I could go up here and just click the APU and get it started. Like, I could hit APU, master switch, and start. And then, you know, in a few minutes, the bleed will be available. And what are we supposed to wait, like 3 minutes or something before we turn the bleed on anyway? So, I don't have a rhyme or a reason for APU, but you just need the APU on and the APU bleed on before you do your push and start, because you have to have the APU on to start your engines. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the flight plan. We're going to do our departure first. So on the flight plan screen, we click on the first airport, then click departure. It gave us runway 28 from the flight plan. And then we had the MUMDA 1 Alpha, which is right here, with the EMake or EMake transition. Click that. So we got 28 MUMDA 1 and Make, insert. Now we'll click our destination. And we're putting in arrival. runway 6. We don't know what approach we're going to get yet, so we can either choose an ILS approach like this, or we can scroll all the way down and just choose the runway. I'll just choose the ILS 6 Zulu. We'll see what we get. And then we have the Simu 1 Alpha arrival. So we'll hit the up arrow to page down. It's almost like an iPhone or like a touch screen. You're like scrolling with your finger almost. Like scroll it up, scrolls it down. I don't know. Anyway, the Simu 1 Alpha. And it looks like there's no transition waypoint, so we'll choose none. Probably because it's just the Simul whatever, or Simuck. It's like the same transition name. Then we'll just hit insert. Okay, so at the top now we can see the Mumda 1 Alpha. And then we have a discontinuity. So this is where we need to look at the departure to see what's going on, what we're expected to do at the end of the departure. JJ, I do not have a pic of my setup. Maybe if I clean up a bit one day, I'll take a picture. It's very minimal. You'd be surprised, I think. Yeah, maybe I'll clean it up and take a picture for Discord or something at one point. But yeah, I just have the Virpil stick to my left, the throttle to my right, keyboard, mouse, and mic in front of me and in front of my face, and I have my 3 monitors. I got a 32-inch in front of me for the game. I got 2 24 inches, one left and right for the stream stuff. I mean, I barely just got the 3rd monitor, so yeah, it's a pretty simple setup. I have a little sit-stand desk, like I have the uplift sit-stand desk. It's like the 46 by 26 one or something. It's not super big. It's enough for what I need, though. Okay, so let's bring the charts up. So I'm going to go to the route. I'm going to click on our departure airport, SBSN, and then click the charts button. And it looks like because I imported it, it automatically pinned some of the charts for me. But here are the SIDs for runway 28. So if we look at this, we'll look for the SID that we got, which is the Mumda 1 Alpha. So we just have to look around at these arrows for Mumda 1 Alpha.
Infidel mother effer trying to get bork coins with false bork reports. Be gone, peasant.
False bork report detected. Okay, where's the... Oh, here it is right here. Monop, right? Oh no, Mumda 1A. Here it is. Oh, it goes off this direction. Okay. What the heck? It just says...
Well, you know, that's just like...
Oh, here it is. Here it is. It goes south. Okay. So this arrow, I haven't seen this before. The arrow is so tight in here. It's pointing to this instead of being like here. Wonder why they did that. So Mumda 1 Alpha is here, 159. It goes south and then it splits off to 3 different spots. So we have EMake right here. So after we get to Okpud, then it's here. We're going towards EMake over here. And then there's a discontinuity. So if we look at our flight plan, after EMake, it says direct NUVOG, N-U-V-O-G, which is right here. So we just need to clear this discontinuity. So we should see it going Okpud, EMake, NUVOG. So I'm just going to click clear. It says clear here. We're just going to click on the line that says discontinuity. And now it just worked. It got rid of the duplicate EMakes. So Okpud, EMake, NUVOG. That's correct. So it just takes effect immediately. You don't have to hit a button to like... confirm it. Okay, so that looks good. We're good enough to get to cruise probably. So top of climb is there, TC, and then top of descent is there. So we have plenty to do for now. We can settle the arrival and approach once we're up. All right, so if I look back up, the APU is going to be available. So once it's available, you can turn the bleed on. That'll take over from electrical power from the ground power, so we can turn off external power now. And then let's see what happens if I turn the beacon on, see if it gets rid of the GPU automatically. Some planes have things like that, like when you turn the beacon, it'll kill the GPU, so you have to know what it's going to do. Because if you didn't turn the APU on already, like I've done this before and then turn the beacon on early, yep, it does. So as soon as you turn the beacon on, it'll just get rid of the GPU. I bet it gets rid of the chocks and stuff too if you left them on. So we're all set for push and start now, so... actually, no, sorry, we're not. After we get the flight plan, we got to do the takeoff performance. So now that we know which runway we're taking off from, that's the most important thing. Then we can do the takeoff performance. It's better to do the route, get your clearance first to verify the runway and the departure procedure. So you're committed to which runway you're taking off from. Then you do the takeoff performance. And they could change it. They could tell you like taxi to a different runway. Like who knows? Then you'd have to redo it. But all right, so let's go over here. Shift 5 to get over to the EFB. And we'll hit takeoff. We can sync the weather. And then this time I'm just going to leave it on the defaults. Last time we did a toga takeoff. We did forced toga. I'm going to leave it on flaps 1. And I'm just going to leave it on. We're going to do flex for the takeoff instead. So you can see that. So we'll calculate it. It shows that we're going to be rotating. Wait, does it show limitations second segment runway length? Runway 28. Takeoff runway available 7,800 feet. Yeah, it's 7871 runway available. Is this telling me I don't have enough run? Well, I mean, we definitely have enough runway. Second segment runway length. Does it always say that? Anyway, I don't know if it shows this in the. Let me see. If I put wet and hit calculate, does it move them? It does. Okay, so this is based on the length of the runway then. So yeah, it looks like we're taking off halfway down the runway, if that's accurate. All right, so after we calculate, instead of copying these manually like I did last time, we'll hit the send button you guys reminded me is there. Send to FMGS, so we'll go back over here. And we can see the V speeds are in. So we just hit confirm takeoff data. So we have a rotation speed of 150 again, and then we need flaps 1 and our trim to up 0.5. And then here you can see it put in the flex temperature this time. So flex temperature is on, or flex temperature is entered. So that means we're doing a flex thrust takeoff, not toga. So we're going to do a slower, an underpowered, underpowered takeoff essentially to save wear and tear. Just the economical thing. So instead of moving it to the full toga position, I'm just going to move it up to the flex D10 instead for the takeoff. All right, so we'll hit clear, and that's all set up. So we just need to do push and start now. So I'm going to go to ATC. We're going to ask them for push and start. Request push and start.
Spirit 323, gate 6. Charlie, request pushback and engine start.
Oh yeah, I didn't even look at the airport. This is one of the new handcrafted airports. So I guess there's not actually a gate.
Pushback approved.
It's more like a ramp.
Spirit 323.
Dude, this is pretty detailed. This is nice. There's a Hertz billboard over here. This is one of the 7 airports we all got for free today in the world update. Oh my god, they even put the computers in here. Unbelievable. Oh, we can kind of see out the glass. Pretty much no. This is pretty sweet. Oh, did they add like... Oh yeah, the whole parking lot is done too. Dude, nice. Got the parking lot. And we got a bunch of telephone poles over here. Nice. Hangars over here. I see your name, Speeve. Yep. Got a tractor over here. Cool. Alright, sorry, let's get going. All right, so I asked for push and start. They said pushback, face northwest. Oh yeah, this doesn't remember either, does it? So it doesn't remember that we were not on QNH. Should we be? Is it QNH here? It probably is, isn't it? Oh yeah, it is QNH 1012. Okay, that's fine. Let's just turn on the flight directors here. So flight director 1, flight director 2. And then I need to put in my initial altitude, which I didn't do yet. I'm doing everything out of order. So we just have a max. There aren't any altitude constraints here, so I'm just going to put in a higher altitude. I'm just going to put in like my cruise altitude, and then I'll pull it down once they tell us what to take off, what to stop at. We got 39,000. All right, so flight director's on. I'm going to hit comma to set the altimeter, 1012. Okay, and the flight directors are on. All right, let's do the push and start. So we'll go down here to the ground and then hit pushback. We will get the brake off. We already got the beacon on. Oh, it's just going automatically. All right, now we'll start engine 1. Just turn this to start and hit engine 1. And they said to face, what, northwest? So here's north. So northwest is... I guess we goes nose right. Yeah, nose right. So then you go down here and hit tail left. Turning the other way wouldn't make any sense, really. Alright, I'll watch that wing. What's up, Steph? Alright, stop. And then parking brake on. Alright, we're just going to watch engine 1. Listen to engine 1. Yeah, airport looks pretty good. Alright, engine 1 available. Let's go engine 2. If you want, you can like start the run timer. I think some people start the run timer as soon as they push back and as soon as they start the engine. I think there's like some different times you want, like engine start and stop time, and then takeoff start and landing time. Takeoff time, landing time. I don't know. I've seen people on the YouTube do it. While we're waiting, I'm going to get these things taken care of for... so down here, PWS, predictive wind shear, turn that on. Get this set. Parking brake, TCAS standby. It's telling us APU is still on. I don't know if we need to wait for 2 engines to do our flaps or not. Just started playing, not on the big planes yet. Yeah, oh, in time, in time. I'm gonna get these lights off too, because I think they're just stealing my frames. Lights off, lights off, lights off. Alright, engine 2 is available. So we'll go down here, get the engine starter off. Get flaps 1 set, and we got the spoilers armed. We got the predictive wind shear turned on. Now over here we can click on max auto braking. At any time you can just hit takeoff config. You know, to bring this up to see what you have left to do. So, cabin check. Does that mean I need to go hit the attendant button here? Yep, cabin ready. And now that the engine started, it's still showing us over here APU bleed. So, we need to get the APU bleed off and the APU off since the engines are running. They'll take care of the electrical power. Now we'll get our taxi light on. And I'll just force the seatbelt sign to on, I guess. Alright, takeoff config is normal, so I'm going to go to ATC and request taxi to runway. And we're going to runway 28.
To the active.
Spirit Spirit 323, runway 28, taxi via Alpha.
And it's
Runway 2,
literally
taxi
right next to
via
us.
Alpha, Spirit 323.
All right, so runway 28. I'm gonna go back and get the SID chart up so we can watch our departure down here.
Over to tower 118.1.
All right, ready to taxi, so parking brake pointing forward means we're ready to go. Taxi light is on, and we're just gonna turn right here. Can you auto import SimBrief into the EFB? Yes. So when you go to SimBrief, go to the SimBrief app and click the View button. So you're looking at your generated flight plan, and then just click this Import Route in the top left. When you click Import Route, it's going to try to import it into the plane's avionics, and it will also import it into the flight planner here. The really nice thing about it importing it into the flight planner is if there are any Lido charts available, it will automatically pin them for your procedures and stuff here in this clipboard. So you don't have to like go into each one individually like this and go find them. It'll pin them if there are Lido charts. It'll do it automatically like that. So you can just go to the clipboard and see if they're there. So it doesn't know my approach yet, so it doesn't have one pinned there. But if I went back and I went to approach and hit add approach, I'll choose like ILS 6 and hit change procedure. Now I go back to pin charts. Look, it's got the ILS approach pinned automatically. It only does that with Lido charts right now. It does not do it with FAA charts. So if you're flying in the US and you're at smaller airports that don't have Lido or Lido charts, then you do have to go in right now and switch to FAA and find those charts yourself. But if there are Lido charts, it will pin them. Any charts that it knows about in this flight planner, it will pin them automatically if it can. So that's how they're so easy to get to here. Then I'll just bring up the SID chart again. And with Sim Update 1, you can zoom in and out with your mouse wheel now. There's also some buttons down here for how big the tablet is and what orientation it's in. That's all new in the Sim Update. All right, how we looking here? Mostly ready? Feel like we're mostly ready? Oh, it's already 10 p.m., so we should get going. Man, it's getting late fast. Holy crap. Engine's still turning on. All right, so we're all set for takeoff, so I'm going to go ahead and tell them hit request departure for ATC.
Spirit 323 ready for departure. Runway 28.
And then up here, we're just going to get these lights on.
Santarem Tower, wind to 10 at 2, fly heading to 80, runway 28, cleared for takeoff.
All right, 280, 28. It's going to be the same thing.
Fly heading 280, runway 28, cleared for takeoff. Spirit 323.
Okay, so the APU is still off. We got seatbelt signs on. Strobe is on now because we're about to get on the runway. Strobe, all these lights on. So landing lights on, and we're cleared to take off, so nose lights on takeoff as well. We're going to get the parking brake off. And then this time I'm doing the flex takeoff, so it's up to you guys. I don't know if you set up flex or not. If you did the flex thing, then you move it to the flex detent instead of the toga detent. If you just want to do a toga takeoff, just move it all the way up to toga. And once you're up, gear is up, you're at like 1,000 feet, you're going to get autopilot on, and it'll tell you to move the throttle back into the climb detent. So I'm doing it a little faster than last time. We did the first time really slow, so this is flight number 2. So we're going a little faster than last time. This time I'll remember to push my stick forward on the initial takeoff roll. Not a great lineup. I can't see the numbers. Alright, 2-8. Just gonna get the parking brake on and wait a second here for a few more people to get over. What's up, Binky? How you doing? All right, and then we got you know, we got our range set here. We got dashes all along. We got 3 dots. We got our altitude, our initial altitude in. They're gonna tell me to stop before this, but I don't have any altitudes in the SID, so. Co-pilot's ready to go. I can't get in there. Oh, there we go. I got in. Anyway, we got some fixed cameras for this plane anyway. See, these are pretty nice. There's a couple nice ones. This one's good. Alright, it's getting late, so I'm gonna get it going. Alright, so we can hold our brakes if we want, move it up to 50%. Listen to those engines spool up. They're symmetrical, and then since I'm doing a flex, I'm gonna move it up into climb and then flex. Oops, I have the parking brake on. And mine says man thrust, so that means I'm not in the flex detent. Where's the flex detent at? I gotta keep moving it to find it. Come on, flex. Toga. There, flex 58. Alright, I should have had nose down a bit there, but I didn't. Here comes 100 knots. At 100 knots, you let go of the nose down pressure. And you're supposed to like slowly let it go. V1 and rotate are right on top of each other, 150. V1, rotate. Pull it back and follow the flight director. So we're just watching the green line down here. Positive rate, gear up. And pointing at the crosshair. Pointing this little box at the crosshairs. And remember, you're trimming. You don't have to like fight it. Once you get there, you let go. Just little adjustments. Alright, we're watching our height above the ground. We're at 800. Once we get to 1,000, I'll turn the autopilot on and then get it to the climb detent. There's 1,000. I hit my autopilot button, or you can go over here and click autopilot. So that is on, and in a second it'll start yelling at us for climb detent. 1,500 feet, 1,600. Lever climb it's yelling for, so we're going to pull it back into the climb detents. And then over here, verify we have thrust climb. And they told me to climb to 19,000, so I'm going to pull this down to 19,000. And because they told me just to climb and not like climb via SID, I'm going to middle click it. If you're using the other one, you want to pull the knob, and that puts it to open climb. So in that case, if we had any restrictions, it would not follow the restrictions. Because say there was a restriction here that said we can't go above 8,000 feet or something like that, but ATC told us to climb to 19,000. We don't want it to stop at that 8,000 foot restriction. They told us we could go all the way up to 19. So we'll put 19 and do open climb, which ignores the restriction. So I need to get flaps up. I'm just been blabbing. So we got up towards the S speed. That's where you put your flaps all the way up. It's also flashing because we already need standard altimeter. So we're going to go and push this for standard, or you can hit comma to do it automatically. Oh, no, you can't. Comma doesn't work. So we're going to pull this for standard. So you middle click to pull it, or you get the down arrow with your cursor and click if you're using legacy mode. And I also don't have TCAS on. I forgot that again. So we'll go over here and turn that to TARA right over here. All right, and then it says landing lights are on. So up here, I have the takeoff light on actually, and the runway turnoff lights. The gear's up, so those don't mean anything anymore. Landing light, we'll wait for 10,000. All right, let's see. Hopefully you guys got up. Looks like most people are up. Sweet. Yeah, it's already 10, so I'm not gonna like pause on this one. All right, then I'm gonna switch this over to ARC, and just everything's kind of in front of us now, and we're just listening to ATC. We can get the spoilers disarmed. I guess it doesn't have the spoilers armed message here, but we'll go down here and get the spoilers disarmed as well. All right, now we're at 8,500 feet. It says howdy on the wing, but it's flickering. Interesting. All right, we're coming up on 10,000, so let's get the landing lights off and retracted. And we'll see them right here, the bottom of the screen. They're like pulling into the wing. The special feature, yeah. I mean, it's a good looking plane. I don't mind how it looks. Just like with the A350, I mean, it looks great. The sharklets just look so good on the Neo. It's nice. I haven't even flown the sharklets with the Phoenix, I don't think. I should do that at some point. I think it's got some wing flex I just saw a little bit. These fixed cameras aren't bad. Like, I don't know, this one's a little weird, but this one's okay. It just like zoomed in a lot. Got Friends freebies announced? Nope, I did not. What happened? The puppy has awoken. She's been sleeping. Oh, I need to feed her now that she woke up. Alright, we'll wait until they... Actually, I'm just going to set it up to go all the way up to cruise. Copilot will take care of it. I think it was 39,000. I just got to feed the puppy real quick. She is hungry. It is late. 39,000. So I'm going to set 39 and I'm going to pull it for open climb.
Climb to flight level 390.
Yep, that's us.
Climb to flight level 390, Spirit 323.
This is probably the best view they made. What? She didn't bark? Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just going to feed the puppy. I'll just be back in like 2 minutes. BRB. All right, back. Sorry about that. The puppy is fed. All right, how are we doing? 27,000. Only climbing at 1,500 feet per minute. Better frames in the fly-by-wire. Yeah, not very surprising. Yeah, fake pilot, exactly. Where does it save screenshots? It's a couple folders up from your community folder. I think it's in, what, local state / screenshot? Yeah, local state / screenshot is where they're saved. Go up a couple from your community folder. Whoa, what the heck? What is happening out there? Wait, do I have auto FPS on? I do. Yeah, it's an iniBuilds plane because I'm at 100 terrain level of detail. When I should be at, like, when I'm in the Phoenix, it's like 400. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you're trying to bork coins, Robert? It's all good. The bork shaming isn't a big deal. It's just funny.
128.2.
Nobody has to
Spirit
apologize for a
323.
false bork report.
Amazonico Center.
I mean, Bird used to be in
flight
both
level
streams
305.
back before it was a raffle style. He was on the other stream, so he on just the Twitch stream, so he could get it faster and beat everyone every time. The Sim Store, it's just got a bunch of the default planes in it. So, it's got the new world update for Brazil, and it's got the Asobo plane. So if you want to get like a PC-24 for 20 bucks or whatever, you can do that, or you can upgrade. Those were the days. 2x sim rate? I think it is time. This is a long one, isn't it? Well, it should be an hour and a half. Airtime's only an hour and 9 minutes. So if we go to perf, we're still in the climb, but next phase. It doesn't show our TOD till we get up. Yeah. We can go here to flight plan and then scroll down and look for TD 1528. What time is it right now? 15:02. So 26 minutes from now, top of descent, roughly. Oh, the Grumman. I would do an upgrade. Like, if you're the kind of person that is like, ooh, that could be fun, that could be fun, that could be fun. I would do the, oh, you're in 2x trying to keep up. Oh. I would do the upgrade because you're going to end up paying so much more money if you're buying every plane outright. How much is the Grumman? The PC-24 is, the PC-24 is 20 bucks. Speed, you leave it and climb. So with the Airbus, climb is like, so you're ready to take off basically. You put it into either toga or flex for the takeoff. Once you're up like 1,500 feet or whatever, you pull it back into climb and you just leave it there. The only time you touch this after, the next time we touch this is when we pull back to idle when we're landing. You can leave the auto throttle on. Sorry, I'm having a stack. Until, like, right until you're about to touch down, you can do an auto throttle on landing. Yeah, the, like the 737, it's normal to turn off auto throttle and turn off autopilot. Oh, you put it to ATHR. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just leave it in the climb detent. You wait until it tells you under 20 feet. When it says the R word, you pull it back into idle. You can do a manual thrust landing if you want, but it's totally fine as far as I know. Yeah, to do an auto throttle or auto thrust landing in the Airbus. In the Boeing though, like the auto throttle is not as good on final. Like I do not like using auto throttle on the landing in the Boeing. Because you can't even leave it on, like, it's not in a managed throttle mode. As soon as you have your gear down and you're like at, what is it, 1,000 or 1,500 AGL, it hands the speed to you. There's no managed speed once. You have to, like, dial it in yourself manually. Or disconnect auto throttle, like, is the normal thing, is turn off auto throttle and autopilot, just hand land it every time. It can do an auto landing, but you have to manually change the speed here down to your, like, approach speed. You're like VREF plus 10 speed, then eventually like lower it even more, and it's not as responsive either. So yeah, with the Boeing, I manually turn it all off and land manually, and the Airbus, I just leave the auto thrust on. Wow, so many views just staring at the plane. At least there's a couple wing-ish views. I don't know what this is looking at. That's weird. This one's fine. These two are like, okay. The fly-by-wire ones are so good, though. You guys in the fly-by-wire, highly recommend using those fixed cameras. They're awesome. There's like 4 on each wing, I think, on each side of the plane. So, I mean, you could go up here, like, the way I do it is I have my chase camera button, and then I have my drone camera button. You know, this is the drone camera. If you switch to drone and then hit chase button, it puts you to a fixed camera view, and then you can use next and previous fixed camera commands to cycle through them. When you're on a fixed camera or showcase camera like this, you can then hit the drone toggle button. You're basically taking the drone and attaching it to a fixed position. And now when I turn drone on and off, it goes back and forth between the cockpit view and the last, like, drone view, which is a fixed one. But you can go up here to camera and then go to showcase, fixed cameras, and then these are all of those cameras. So if you went down here and picked this, and then you can just hit your drone key to go back and forth between cockpit and whichever one you picked. That's like Shift X by default to go in and out like that. And the sound is so quiet now. I mean, the Neo is quieter. Definitely noticing that it's really quiet. Alright, we're at 39,000. Yeah, it looks like ATC worked just fine, so the next thing we can do is just call when we're ready for descent. What, you're at 35,000 in the Vision Jet? He's hacking. Still going slowly. Are you stalling yet? He's pushing the limits no one thought were possible. Close to stalling. You'll be fine. I mean, maybe. If you have 24 on Game Pass, can you upgrade? I think so. I'm not sure. I think you might be able to, because you can buy marketplace stuff, right? A loophole? I mean, it's not really a loophole because then when you stop paying for it, you're losing like a premium game that you paid half of the cost for. Oh, I know what you're saying. Oh, you're saying if you have it on Game Pass, can you just... Sorry, I thought you were talking about doing the upgrade in the marketplace. But yeah, Game Pass like gives you a discount on the purchase, I think, right? So you get it on Game Pass, then you do the upgrade price to get the discount, then you cancel Game Pass. Upgrade price? I don't know what mine is because I bought Aviator. What Premium Deluxe? It's always more after the fact. It was the same way with the 2020. Yeah, buying the edition outright is cheaper than the upgrade, which is kind of weird. I don't know why that's a thing. Clouds look so good down there. Oh, bush wheels. Yeah, I was surprised that new plane, the Palestina or whatever, didn't have any variants to it. Sorry, just giving the puppy some pets. She came in here after post-dinner. She's very excited about having eaten dinner. There may be some imminent barks. We will see. Now that she's got extra energy. It's like she eats and she's like, I am recharged. It begins. Alright, top of descent, 121 miles. There's our TOD marker. It's coming out from above the... Huh. Interesting. Okay, Cat, have a good night, man. GN to you, sir. I mean, it doesn't look as bad as the CJ4, that's for sure. Yeah, the CJ4 looks so bad. I guess I should set set one of the views out here. The fixed views are okay. They're not the best. They're not good enough where I don't want a custom one. Fly-by-wire has the really good ones. And PMDG planes also have really good fixed camera views. Yeah, I'm gonna pop out of the plane. So let's do the pop out trick. Slide to the right. Camera. Pilot. Co-pilot. Now I'll save camera 1 with Shift F5 and then hit Shift F1 to use it. And now we can go wherever we want. If you ever get stuck, just save and reuse the camera again. Alright, that's good for camera 2. Shift F6. Alright, Shift F5 for camera 1. There we go. Alright, Shift F1, Shift F2. Maybe I want one in... I don't know, the engines are massive on this thing. Look how big the engines are. They're bigger than the CEO. Yeah, that's a pretty good view. I think that might be better than the behind the wing view just because of like the contrails, the chemtrails. Or like the pollution or whatever they have. Alright, top of descent. Are we 100 miles out? 95 miles, so let's start looking at our descent. Alright, so stars, it already pinned this, so... or you can go into the route. Look up SBBE. Go to charts. And then our arrival is, we're expecting runway 6, so. And we look at our flight plan. Simic. That's Simic, and then a bunch of, then up Aura. It's over here. Ooh, this song is very 80s sounding. Maybe not. It sounds like a video game. In a bad way. Alright, here's Simic, and then the Simic 1 Alpha. And then right here it says be not below 3,000. So at or above 3,000 feet. So that's our bottom altitude, 3,000. So if they tell us descend via the star, then we'll go down to 3,000. If they tell us an altitude, then we go down to that altitude. All right, here's the ATIS frequency, 127.6. Maybe too far out, but we can listen to the static for fun. And then we can check the METAR. We can either do it in the EFB or just over here. We go to the dashboard. We can just click here to update it. So winds are 020 at 2 knots. It's basically no wind. Ceiling and visibility okay. 25 degrees Celsius, QNH 1013. I usually like to put it in here. Like the standby indicator, like what it's gonna be, because there's no pre-selector in the 320. You can't like turn this and have a pre-selected one that you can just swap to like you can in some other planes. Like the 350 has it. I think the A380 probably has it. The 737s have it. What do I do to get outside the cockpit view? You move all the way to the right in your seat with your camera. So like if you're on PC, it's like Shift D to move all the way over. This will work on like any plane. Just move to the very edge and then go to cameras and go to the cockpit. Go to the pilot / co-pilot view right here. So cockpit, co-pilot, and it pops you outside. And then as soon as you're out, you need to save a camera. Don't move yet. Well, you can't move. You can only move back in. So you'll want to save a camera here. So right now I would hit Shift F6 if I want this to be my camera 2. So I hit Shift F6 for camera 2. To use camera 2, it's Shift F2. So I can like go back in or not, and then hit Shift F2 to go back out. Now that I'm back out using that camera preset, I can move. And it matters which plane. Sometimes you'll get stuck around here. If you say you get stuck here, you'll just set that camera again. So I'm gonna hit Shift F6 and then Shift F2 again twice, bring me back out, and then I can move again. And then just go to where you want it and just overwrite the camera. You can also warp inside the plane too. So if you're flying a plane that doesn't let you get through the door, like the default Max 8 doesn't let you go through the door with your camera. But you can go outside and then just go through the outside like this, and then you can see the cabin and all your passengers and stuff in the 737 MAX. The showcase, the fixed cameras aren't too bad. They're just kind of at a weird angle. Like, I don't want to look at the wing. I want to look outside. Like, I want the wing in view, like, kind of like this. But I mostly want to see the world. Like, after I look at the wing once or twice, like, it's kind of, like, not as impressive. Like, I want to see outside. I want to see both at once. You know, I want to see the wing. Oh, oops, I didn't fix this one. I want to see the wing and the whatever part of the world we're in. I mean, you can go as high, like you can set a camera up here if you want. There we go. Just up to you. This is my new camera too then. All right, how's our top of descent looking? Perf, 56 miles. And it just said check destination data. Okay, I'm just going to use the EFB, grab the METAR. So to set our approach, weather, and winds, we're going to hit next phase a couple times to get to the approach screen. So perf and then next phase, next phase. And now over here, either if you didn't pin the airports, like put them in your route section, you can just go to the map and type in the arrival airport, so SBBE, and then go to weather. So I mean, it's just 020 at 2. It's 2 knots, but I'll still do the magnetic calculate. We'll change it from true to magnetic. So this is true, 020 degrees true. So if we go look at the runway. 45 to 65 is plus 20 degrees to convert true heading to magnetic. So we add 20. So it's really 040 at 2. So 040/2. And we put that in the winds. Remember, it shows you what format it wants the data in. So in this case, it's one number, a slash, and then the other number. So we type it in that format and then put it in. Temperature is 25, the one before the slash. So 25, and then QNH 1013. Put that in. Then we pick the ILS runway 6. So I'm going to go look at the chart for that. ILS runway 6. I don't know if it's the ILS Zulu or what, but this is Cat 1 ILS approach. 270, the bold number, that's our baro minimum, so 270 baro. And we're done doing that, so we'll hit clear. All right, so we got our approach information in, and then this is all this information it uses to get our approach speed and our landing speed. All right, we'll go back to perf, and then we got 41 miles till top of descent. So when we're ready, we'll just tell ATC we're ready to descend. Till then, we just look at pretty stuff. Won't take that long. We're pretty close to top of descent. We're more than halfway in our total miles. Does the video button work? Oh, it does. Nice.
Spirit 323 Amazonico Center, expect CMOOC 1 Alpha, runway 06.
That's us. Expect CMOOC 1 Alpha, runway 06. Spirit 323. Alright, so they're just telling us our arrival so far. Still don't know the approach yet. But we're set up for the ILS. They told us runway 6, so in terms of the approaches on runway 6, if we go back to all the charts, approaches, filter for 6, there are 2 RNP approaches, 2 ILS approaches, and a VOR approach. So the difference between the Zulu and the X-ray, I'm not sure. It's probably just where you're approaching from. Yeah, so if we go over here, bring up the plan. We're coming from the west. Yeah, so we're coming in from this way, and then a left turn to land on runway 6. So actually, this one might be better for us, right? X-ray, we have these 3 initial approach fixes here. BE 389. Let's see if this is in our arrival already. Not sure that it is. I think it was a named waypoint. Oh, it is, yeah. So, yeah, the CMOOC 1 Alpha ends at this waypoint, BE 389. And let's check both approaches. So if we go to the Zulu. Yeah, see, the Zulu starts at these other initial approach fixes. Upora, Surdy, and this is like a DME distance from something. So these initial approach fixes are not the ones that we're ending at, so we're probably not going to do this. Because we already have an initial approach fix on our star, and that's what the X-ray one connects to. So we'll probably get ILS X-ray via this waypoint we're already headed to. ILS frequency, it puts it in automatically for you, but you can double check it by going to the RadNav page right here, and you can make sure that it's put in right here for you. This is also where you put in your VOR frequencies and courses if you need to use VOR. And then we have ADF as well.
Spirit 323, CMOOC 1 Alpha, runway 06. Report ready for descent.
All right, so I'm going to go to my flight plan, choose the arrival again, and make sure I have ILS X-ray. I had ILS Zulu, so I'm going to change that to ILS X06, X-ray 06 right here. And then I need to repick.
Spirit 323, CMOOC 1 Alpha, runway 06, report ready for descent.
Or the CMOOC 1 Alpha. It's not showing it again. I don't understand. Wilco, Spirit 323. This happened last time.
Spirit 323, CMOOC 1 Alpha, runway 06. Verify ready for descent.
It never understands me when I say Wilco. Acknowledge.
Same at 1 Alpha, runway 06.
Yeah,
Call
the
when
X-ray
ready.
389, yeah.
323.
So I don't know, I don't know why it's hiding the star from me. Like it did this last time. It's probably just a bug. Oh, I have to choose the VIA. Okay, it's under the VIA. Okay, never mind.
Descend to 3,000 feet, Spirit 323.
Okay, so I'll choose 389 then. Insert. The star still says none though. So I guess we just don't choose the star. So it has Simuk and then B389. If we go and look at the star again. Stars. I think that is all that it has. Yeah, Simuk's right there, and then it goes direct B389, so that's fine. So now I'll clear the discontinuity. Okay, so I did choose ILS X-ray, then click the VIA button, and choose B389. And that'll connect right with the approach. Alright, they told us to descend already. Yep, top of descent's right now. They said descend to 3,000 is all they said. So we're going to do the managed descent because that's what we were going to descend to anyway is 3,000. It actually is exactly the same thing probably. So anyway, I'll just bring it down to 3,000. So 3,000 and right clicked on this to push it for descent mode for managed descent. And we got some clouds, and the total air temp is -28. So whenever you're in the descent under, at least with the Boeing, it's whenever you're under +10 total air temp. Anything under than +10 going through clouds in the descent, you always put on anti-ice. And then we can double check the ILS info. So if we go down here, RadNav, bring up the ILS again. Oh, that's the Zulu. We can go here and pin the X-ray one. Actually, I could also have just gone into the route here and changed it.
Spirit 323. Contact Amazonico
X-ray
Center
389.
124.8.
Contact Amazonico Center 124.8, Spirit 323.
Alright, so ILS X-ray, it's
Amazonico
109.3.
Spirit 323.
IBE is the identifier.
Alpha, flight level
And the final
371.
course 066. It says 065 here, but this is going to be a difference between...
Spirit 323, Amazonico Center identified.
This is going to be the difference between the real world chart. It's 066. Because the runway heading changes over time because of how magnetic heading works, how the magnetic poles work. So the real world, this chart says 066. As far as flight sim is concerned, the course is 065. So we don't change it, we just leave it to whatever the sim picked. Because the source of truth for what's in the sim is really the runway info. So if I go to the runway info, we look at runway 6, the magnetic heading is 065. So this is why it's putting 065 in. As far as the sim knows, the physical, like, the orientation of the runway and whatever time of year, I don't know, whatever it's doing with the magnetic poles in the sim, this is still 065. Or it's possible that it's accurate and the chart we have is outdated. Because these charts are just for simulator use. They're not necessarily... Yeah, this chart, I mean, it's not super old, but October 2024, it's possible that, you know, in 6 months that it's changed. To 065 as the final approach course. But just, you can just trust what the sim puts in and double check it with the runway heading over here. So 065 is what it thinks it is. All right, and then this time, I guess we'll do the activate approach phase earlier, so we slow down faster. I think it was Sean that pointed out the decel. So it'll calculate the time that it's going to slow down or where it's going to start slowing down, and we'll see that on the map. But it was kind of fast last time, so if you activate the approach phase earlier, that will start slowing you down sooner. Yeah, for auto land, both autopilots on. Yeah, you do that after you can do that after you get the glide slope. So localizer, turn on localizer when it's in range and before you turn to the final approach course. So turn LS on to turn the landing system on to even see the localizer information. Once you pick up the localizer, you'll see either like a chevron or the full diamond, like a half or a full diamond here showing the deflection. That's how you know that it's usable, is you'll see it here showing the deviation of the localizer. And then the same goes for the glide slope. When you get close enough, you'll see the diamond appear for the glide slope and where it is. So if the localizer has DME, you'll also see the distance down there. They don't always have DME though. So in this case, actually we did see it already. In this case, it does have DME. So up here on the approach, it says D1093. So that means we're going to get DME information, distance measuring equipment. It'll show us how far we are from the localizer. And then it looks like eventually we're going to get down to 1,600 feet actually. So we have 3,000, then 2,000, then 1,690, and that's when we grab the glide slope. So I'll just go up here and put in 1,690 now. Even though we're listening to ATC, I'm also lazy. But yeah, localizer you turn on because it's going to capture the radio transmission, the radio frequencies that the localizer uses. ILS approach is a radio-based navigation approach, so you have to use the radio nav equipment or receiver to tune in and intercept that instead of GPS. So you need to hit loc, so when it gets close enough to that final course here, I'll hit it like at some point before we turn final. So GPS will be on, guiding us towards this last waypoint before our final turn. But when we have localizer on standby, as soon as it gets close enough, it starts turning, it's going to switch to localizer automatically for us. Switch over and use our radio navigation. And then once you're on the localizer, if you're not really close to the runway, the glide slope is going to be above you if you're at the right altitude. So as long as we're following all these constraints, the glide slope will be above us. And we basically are going to think of it as like a zip line. You know, we're going to be at an altitude. The zip line is like coming down from the ground down here, and we're going to bump our head on it, like grab onto it and slide down. Zip down on the zip line. That is the glide slope. No, the approach button in the MCDU, just like with the Garmin. Actually, I don't know if I've ever hit the activate approach phase before being towards the initial approach fix, so I don't know if this also takes us to the initial approach fix. But the activate approach phase here, like the main purpose is to slow us down, is how I look at it. I don't know if it actually takes us to the first waypoint though. The approach button up here is for capturing vertical guidance once we're on the final approach course. So they're different. Approach phase is different than the autopilot approach mode. Approach mode is more like a vertical guidance capturing mode. I wonder if we can actually just hit approach way in advance. Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, we should just do that. I usually wait until I get there, but... There, I just hit approach right now, super early. So now if you just hit approach and like you don't do localizer first and then approach after that, I mean, as long as you're monitoring it, I guess it could work, but generally you want to be on the localizer established first, and then as the glide slope comes down, you'll be turning on approach mode to capture it when it gets to you. All right, so the vertical profile is getting away from us. The green dot's getting away from us, so I'm going to add some speed brakes here. I'm just going to pull it to the half mark for now, because we need to have enough drag to catch up to that. The next thing is at 16, actually it's going to be lower than 16. What's the transition altitude? Transition level ATC, transition altitude 4,000. So we might not change to local pressure until we're like on final to the local barometer. Or the local altimeter setting. So I'm going to double check the weather since we're getting closer. 020 at 2. So this said 0500 Zulu. So that's in like, what, 4 minutes? It'll be an hour past that in about 4 minutes, so this is probably going to update soon. There's no refresh button on that, but there is one over here, so I'm just going to... This is way easier to refresh. In the tablet, you have to go look up another airport's weather and then go back to the one you want to see. I think this isn't even refreshing. Dude. Let's see how long our runway is here. Info, runway 6 is 9,000 feet long. I think we're probably fine with low auto brakes, so... Alright, still telling me the speed brake's on, but we're barely on the profile. Like, we're not even on it yet. We're almost on it. I'll just do low auto braking this time. We have like 9,000 feet. Something else we could do is go up here again, use the power sim brief. Mattering which plane you're on, it may have a landing calculator and tell you what auto braking you need. This one does not though. So I need to go up to... something else I gotta do is go to performance on sim brief. Import the flight, which is our current flight. And then instead of takeoff, I'll hide that. We'll open up landing. Populate the weather again and calculate. And now here we see... Where's the auto brake? Low. Yeah, right here. Brake setting, auto low. It expects us to stop at 6,100 feet. And with a margin of error, we'll still stop before the threshold. So, and then we get our wind down here. So yeah, it says we only need 6,000 feet. So low is fine. If you want to exit sooner because your gate's closer, you maybe can use medium. If we ever own these planes in career mode, this is probably a bigger deal where we have the wear and tear, like we do in the other planes in career mode. There's some like, I'm used to not hitting approach mode or localizer mode way early because like in the Garmin's, until you have the localizer in range, you can't even like switch over and have loc mode on standby. You have to like have it in range first. But I guess with the auto bus, it's totally fine. 11 mil towards the max. Oh yeah, are you doing CJ4? It's cool that we can do CJ4 now. Nice, nice. I like the CJ4 a lot. It's fun to fly. I like that it doesn't have auto throttle, actually. I'll leave the auto throttle on for this landing, but I'll turn the autopilot off. So, where's the decel on this? So we zoom in, go to plan, and then go to flight plan and use the arrow. Is that the orange? Oh, there's the decel point right there. See the D with the purple? Yeah, I think I'll activate approach mode before we turn final. We're already at a good speed thanks to the speed brake. Master caution. Speed brake still out. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, we're going to go through these clouds probably. I'll just get the anti-ice on. I don't know if there's any failures in this thing. And we're at 12,000. Alright, I'll get the speed brake off and armed. And we'll just see if we start losing the vertical profile. We want the green dot right in the middle. So if it starts getting away from us, we need speed brake. Have you guys ever used this and you're and you want to use VORs? So sometimes the localizer you're using will not have DME and it'll tell you to use a VOR instead, like I mentioned earlier. If you ever need to do that, you go to your rad nav page and then you can put in the frequencies for the VORs here. And when you do that, if you want to monitor that VOR, right up here there are two switches to turn on the VOR bearings. Same with the ADF if you're using ADF, but when you turn them on, it'll show the VOR and the distance to it. And then on your different modes here, it'll have the pointers. So this is kind of like hitting the bearing 1 and bearing 2 pointers on a Garmin. And then if you need to set the course for the VOR, then you do that down here as well. So if I put in like a 300 course, I could put that in there. And then we would need to use the VOR rows here to see that course once we got closer.
Spirit 323, contact Bellum control 119 decimal 05.
We're not using the VOR, so.
Contact Bellum control 119 decimal 05, Spirit 323.
Also, if you want, there's
Bellum
also this
control,
landing
Spirit
system
323.
navigation
Good day.
display here. So
Flight
instead
level
of
100.
Instead of
We have
using
Yankee
nav or
on board.
arc if you want, when you get close enough, you could switch over to LS if you want to see the VOR deflection like you would on the HSI. How long have I been sitting? I started right before 2020 came out. Summer of 2020, I started with X-Plane 11 and then switched to Microsoft as soon as 2020 came out.
Expect the ILS X-ray runway 06.
All right, we're under
with the
10,000 feet. Let's get the landing
transition.
lights extended and on.
323.
We're not in the clouds anymore. We'll turn the anti-ice off. Get the seatbelt sign on. I left it on. Okay, and then we're getting pretty close to the destination. I want to slow down early, so I'm going to go down here, hit performance, activate approach, confirm approach phase. And so now it's bringing us down to idle and slowing us down. So I just activate it. I just think of the activate approach mode like slowing down early. But you can see that we're losing the vertical profile now, so we need to get our speed brake back out. When you pull the speed brake, it'll automatically stop at the 1/2 notch. And if you pull it again, you can get it down to the full notch if you need it. Which I think we do, so I'm going to pull that all the way out. You landed? Nice. All right, rookie. Have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out. The Saab. I haven't tried the Saab since I did career mode like back in December-ish. So I'm not sure if they've made improvements. The release notes, they should have... There's probably some fixes they made. Like they fixed like so many things in... Okay, we just got Lokestar. So localizer just showed up. Lokestar is on. Yeah, maybe we should hit approach mode early. I don't know, it's interesting. I've never done it so early.
Spirit 323, cleared direct B389, cross B389 at or above 3,000 feet, cleared ILS X-ray runway 06.
I'm gonna get a notch of flaps down because we're supposed to be at 3,000 feet in 10 miles. We're at 7,000. We're way above the...
above 3,000 feet.
We're way above the
ILS X-ray runway 06.
The vertical path, so we need more drag. We need to descend faster, so I just got flaps 1 out. And you can see over here, we're already able to get the next notch of flaps out right here, if we want to. And then we already have Lokestar shown, so it's ready to intercept the localizer when we get a little closer. That'll turn us to the left. We're still a ways out. I mean, that's from there to there. I mean, we're looking at almost 20 miles. We have 23 miles on the DME now, right here. But I just want to make sure we're at the right altitude. It says 3,000 or above, then 2,000, then 1690 or 1690. So I have it at 1,600, so it can get down to that altitude. All right, we're catching up now. So the flaps helped a bit. I'm going to pull the speed brake to 50%. Make sure we're still catching up to it. Just like slowing our descent a little bit. Still catching up. That looks good. Let's get the speed brakes out and then pull it again to arm it. And then we got, make sure your auto brake is set already. Oh no, we got glide slope. Okay, so this is why normally you don't, so this is why you don't do this normally. Normally you do localizer first. Now look, well, we don't have it. It's GS star and Lokestar, so I think we're okay. I've just never done it this early before. It's flashing standard, so we need our local altimeter setting. So I'm going to right click this. I'm just going to hit comma to make sure it's set right. Yeah, 1012. Zoom the map in. All right, then down here, we're at 20 miles DME. See, we got a ways to go. I got a notch of flaps out already. I'm tempted to bring the notch of flaps in, but I think it's fine. I'll just leave them out. And we got the slats are out right here. You can see them pushed forward. Ew, a Spirit. It's such a cool livery though. All right, we're about to turn final. We still are 17 miles out. So I don't have like a rhyme or a reason for my flap retraction schedule or anything. I think a lot of people do 10 miles. When the runway is 10 miles out, they'll get like the first 2 notches of flaps out. And then they'll get, before the glide slope intercepts, they'll get their gear and then the full flaps out before they're on the glide slope. Yeah, I like the livery. It's like a banana runt. It's like a runt candy. All right, so we have GS and Loc Star. Normally you get, like normally you turn and you're intercepting with Loc. So you're intercepted on the localizer lined up with the runway. And your VNAV is still descending you down to that final approach fix altitude. And then when you're established on Loc, the glide slope's normally above you. And then you turn on approach and then you'll intercept the glide slope. But now we're already on the glide slope, so. All right, I'm just gonna do the flaps and gear as we watch our mileage then, so. So we can see the runway here. So it's important if you keep this zooming in like this, you can just get the mile, you can get the ground distance right here. The localizer distance is not the distance to the runway. So your distance here is like ground distance to the waypoint. The localizer distance is a slant distance or slant range. So draw a line from your airplane down to the localizer. Like it includes your altitude in the distance. And also the localizer is installed, unless you're doing a back course approach, the localizer is at the far end of the runway you're landing on. And the runway is, you know, over a mile long. So, you know, sometimes longer. This one's what, this one's 9,000 something feet, so it's, you know, pushing 2 miles.
Over to tower 118.7.
So I like to look at this anyway. See, we're less than 10 miles now, so I'm going to get flaps 2.
Bellum Tower,
you can see flaps 2 coming here. Wait for flaps 2 to get out all the way.
Spirit 323 Bellum Tower, wind 020.
All right, there's flaps 2.
Runway 06 cleared to land.
Clear to land, we'll get gear down.
Runway 06
approach mode is on.
Spirit 323.
Runway's out there somewhere. So it's 10 miles DME, but look, the runway is actually like 8 miles away. So it's at the end of the runway, and it's counting our distance up to the plane, not just along the ground. All right, so I'm gonna get the next notch of flaps, and we can see over here that as long as you're below the double orange line right here, you can do the next notch of flaps. Or if you want, you can go look at the speeds over here. All right, so we'll zoom this all the way in. Now the runway is, you know, less than 7.5, but not quite 5 miles out. We can see the runway right there. And I'm just gonna get full flaps out. And I think normally what you want to do is be fully configured, so full flaps, landing gear out before you capture the glide slope. All right, then here we have the landing checklist, so make sure yours is good. You have auto brakes on, spoilers armed by pulling this out. We got flaps full, landing gear is down, and it says to check the cabin. If you want that to go away, go up here and make a call right here, forward call. And now that goes away, everything's green. So now we're on final. Our wind is right here, 12 knots from this direction. So it's mostly in front, a little bit from the right. Because it's an ILS approach, It's just a lot, like, all the autopilot is doing is pointing at this. It's pointing at the crosshairs. So we just turn the autopilot off, and then I'll hit autopilot off on my stick to get it off completely. I'm leaving auto thrust on. Because it's a precision approach, an ILS approach, all I have to do is just keep this pointed at the green crosshairs. And remember, with the Airbus, it's trimming. You're essentially trimming. Don't think of it as a normal stick. Think of it as you're using like elevator and roll trim. So if I pull up a little and then let go, it's gonna hold it in that attitude. So you just need little corrections. You're just gonna pull the stick like a little bit at a time. Like move it, see how it reacts. You know, this is holding it at the bank you're moving it to because of how the auto trim system works. So now it's getting away to the left, so I'll pull it a little to the left. It's on it. I'm a little high. I'm moving a little too far left. Just like little bumps like this. And then other than that, like instead of pointing the crosshairs, you could look at like the glide slope and the localizer to know if you're too high or too low. So if the diamond's above me, I need to pull the nose up. See how it's above me? I'll pull the nose up a little bit. Catch up to it. Anyway, at some point you're just going to transition and land visually, but the auto throttle is just on this whole time, and all we have to do is get our hand on the throttle and get ready for it to tell us, just say retard, and we'll pull the throttle back. And then the auto braking will start automatically, so don't worry about the brakes. Just worry about holding the center line, so...
400.
So we're way above the glide slope now, so I'm pushing it down. But the auto throttle is like so reliable in these things. In the Boeing, I do not trust the auto throttle to
100.
To keep things good.
100.
So I just got off the glide slope a bit.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
All right, pull
10,
the throttle back.
Retard. 5. Retard.
Pull the stick back a little bit. And then remember, the spoilers come out automatically. The braking comes out automatically. Later on, like we didn't do this, but you could pull it into reversers if you want. But the auto braking, I think even without it is enough. Yeah, we didn't talk about reversers today, but you can play with reverser commands. And when we're under 60 knots, so I'm going to tap the brakes. Auto brakes get turned off, and we just handle the braking ourselves.
Exit next available taxiway, Spirit 323.
And I'm just going to turn it around. The spoilers won't go down until you push this back in the disarm position, then they'll flatten out. Alright, we'll just turn around. When you're making a turn like this too, it's good to, you can use like just one throttle, use the outside engine to turn you. Or you can, some people like turn off one engine when they land and taxi just on one to save fuel. I'm already down, so I'm just going to get the flaps all the way up. And I don't even think I turned the lights on yet. I didn't turn the takeoff nose light on or the runway turn-off light on. And we'll turn it to taxi. Too busy yapping. Wouldn't be able to fly an Airbus from the left seat. Yeah, it's weird how pilots have to be ambidextrous. Because they could be... Yeah, they'll be right seat... They'll be like left seat when they're learning private stuff. Then they'll become an FO somewhere. Then maybe they'll become a captain on that plane, like a King Air or something, or a jet, small jet. Then they'll go to the airliners and become an FO again.
Ground 121.9er, Spirit 323.
Professor. I can barely fly these planes. Dude, some people have been flying airliners like this in Sims for like 20 years. I've pretty much been flying the airliners for like 8 months, I feel like. I feel like I have so much to learn. But I can get it to the destination. It's not going to necessarily be pretty, but there's something about the Boeing I just like though. I don't know what it is. Feels like a little more rough around the edges. But my landings are way better in the Airbus because the auto throttle is amazing.
Azul 87 720, contact Belem Tower 118.7.
Contact Tower 118.7, copy 720.
All right, parking brake. We already got the flaps up. I'm just gonna turn. Remember, if you're doing a pilot's life, if you ever do it, make sure you turn the taxi light off. I should have had those off already. Taxi light off before engine's off, so you don't lose a point. Anyway, I don't know the full shutdown procedure. I assume we hit all the fuel pumps off, undo everything we did before. You know, you want to leave it in all the switches in the off state for the next flight, but it doesn't save the state or anything, so actually just hit the batteries off. Think we all made it? Maybe? How many planes have I crashed? Oh, I have no idea. I wish I had a count. That would be hilarious. I could put up like a Dark Souls death counter kind of thing. Just have a running total. Oh, you're coming on the other runway? You got 06, Speed? Did you get 06? Is that what you're lined up for? Wait, did I land on 6? Oh yeah, I landed on 6. Whoops, I'm all turned around. Okay, yeah, I landed on 6. Duh. See, I already forgot what runway I landed on. You flew a flight with this plane. Thanks to this stream, I got a 99 rating. Dude, I don't even get 99 ratings. I've been getting like 96. A pilot's life, I mean, it's like every other career mode app. You got to learn the rules of it. Like, you have to have the landing lights off below 10,000 on your climb out. Like if you do it at 10,000 or even like 500 feet below, like it's using GPS altitude, I think. So you have to turn them off at like 9,000 feet. And just like learning those little things.
ILPA 1 Bravo departure with the ILPA transition. Initial climb to flight level 060. Squawk 1643.
ILPA 1 Bravo departure with the ILPA transition.
All right, here comes Speed. Oh, he's in the fly-by-wire this time. Oh, look, the gear's actually down. Well, I mean, we can't see the gear, but we saw the open. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dude.
Roger
that, GL 1752.
Yeah, that's an explosion right there.
Request pushback and engine start.
What's the gear doing? What happened at the end there? What is Oh, the nav lights during taxi. Oh yeah, there's always something like what is the gear doing? Oh, Autoland said nat. Yeah, probably because this isn't Cat 2 or Cat 3 ILS. Yeah, I didn't. This is not. I mean, you could try the Autoland. Like, it'll try, but yeah, you need like a Cat 2 or a Cat 3 ILS approach. Oh my god, the C-17. Nice. He went right over him. You're gonna be able to stop.
Right, it's emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Thanks, Tweak, for the emotional damage. Oh, he's easily stopping. Send out, roll the trucks. Look at the gear. Oh, man. Oh, I'm sorry, Speeve, I've failed you. I should have mentioned that since it's a Cat 1, auto landing's not really a thing. I thought it would actually try, I don't know. Gears damaged, yeah, a little bit. All right, well, we had partial success today. It's not too bad. I think we did okay. I never really tried a live tutorial kind of thing, except for last week when it was like impromptu on the second flight of that Boeing, the Max flights we were doing. Wait, Speeve, so what do you think? Even despite having a rough auto land here, do you know yet which, if you're like drawn to the Boeing or the Airbus already? Boeing is so much better. I like go back and forth. Like when I was learning both, like I learned the Boeing first, I think, and then screaming at. Wait, did you not pull the throttle out to idle? Let me see what my landing rate was on that one. End flight review. I don't think it was that good. I'm usually getting like 400 feet per minute or something. Ooh, 220. That's good for me. 1.02 and 220. That's pretty good for me. I'll take it. Oh man. All right, guys. Oh, you just thought it was, you thought it was insulting you? No, it's not. I'm not sure about the Saab. I mean, I flew the Saab back at the end of December or something when it was like brand new and I was able to do some flights in it. There were some bugs. I didn't look at the, here, let me bring up the release notes if I have them. I'm curious. I didn't look at all of the sim update release notes, so. One year ago. 5 days ago. Trying to find the release notes here. Read first. I don't have them bookmarked. Anyway, I'm sure it has some bug fixes, but I'm not sure. I haven't flown it for a bit. Maybe I'll fly it in a future career mode night. Maybe we'll do that. What, tomorrow? Today's Tuesday, right? So tomorrow we do weather again. I think it's crappy weather Wednesday. Wacky windsock worst weather Wednesday www dot is the website. All right, guys. That'll do it. Thanks for putting up with a like kind of first attempted live tutorial. I think it went okay. Most people got here safe, so I think we're good. Yeah, that's all I got. I'm gonna go to bed. Well, I'm not gonna go to bed. I'll probably stay up for 2 hours watching YouTube, just like everybody else. Jersey's downwind 10 miles. Oh, you're on the way? I think you already knew how to fly, right? This isn't like your first... Jersey, this isn't like your... Oh, I don't even see you. Oh, is that you? Oh, yeah, I do see you. 10 miles is kind of far. Daredevil time. No problem, Gary. Thanks for hanging out. Hope it was a little helpful. I mean, it's different than a... It's not a... It's not as concise as, like, me making a full video, but... It's actually good practice for me because then I can figure out this stuff I don't know. You guys asking questions. It's almost like a prep to make a tutorial. I should probably do that every time. I did that kind of with the PC-12. I was just flying it all the time on stream until I got comfortable enough to make the tutorial. I feel like I learned like 40% of what I know just from reading comments you guys leave and me doing stuff wrong and you guys knowing what to do. So it's mutual. All right, guys, I'm gonna get going. It's 11:30. Be nice to be off before midnight. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll do wacky windsock www.worstweatherwednesday.org or whatever tomorrow.
Nice.
Is nice. We'll do that tomorrow, so I'll see you guys after work tomorrow around the same time, like 5:36 Pacific, California time, California Daylight Time. Sorry, Devil. I'm gonna get going. Sorry I won't be able to watch your landing. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out. Vesp, thanks for the 2 months. And Lith, thanks for the gifted memberships on the YouTubes. Much appreciated, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Thanks for flying along. I mean, overall, we got landing, so. www.kip.windsock. That's the address. Yeah. I've been squatting that on that address for like 14 years too, so yeah, it finally came in handy. Kind of want to fly the fly-by-wire now. All right, guys, I'll see y'all tomorrow, hopefully. If you guys are Discord people and you want to join the Discord, here's the link. If not, maybe we'll see you on tomorrow's stream. GG's. Good luck with your flights. See you guys in the Discord. All right, that's all. Bye-bye. Salute. See ya. All that.